I sent her one. I sent Mystic Moon one as well, although she's in the middle of moving.
Yes.
Okay, we are live, and so welcome to our Wednesday chat. We have Reagan and Sasha and Tara, and we have several other invites out as well. And our word of the day is imposter. So, Reagan, go.
Okay. This all start. I actually, sorry. I was watching YouTube as I most generally do, and Four Queens posted a video and it was talking about I would love to remember the title of the video, but talking about imposter syndrome. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's basically, from what I gathered from it, to summarize, is that it's holding everybody else to a higher standard and feeling like a fake yourself and feeling like you don't really know your true self and your true worth or ability. And I find this really relevant because it's something I used to struggle with a lot, and now I'm just really overly arrogant and I just go with it. But for a long time, I always, I looked at everybody and I was like, wow, they've really got it together and they're doing so much better than me. And everybody in my life I put on a pedestal and saw as being these perfect people that, basically didn't eat shit or, sleep, and it's like, wait a minute, we're all just people. Nobody has all the answers. Nobody's got it better than I do as far as, having a grasp on, whatever. So it was kind of a cool video because of the fact that it addressed that, dealing with the self-doubt and everything that goes along with, not understanding and realizing that everybody struggles, everybody has things that they have to overcome, and we all reach these points in our life. So it was really fascinating to take a look at that video. And then I was cracking up because when I first read the title, of course, my brain went somewhere else. And it also makes me think of the fact that, you have the other end of that spectrum. You've got people that self-doubt themselves and, and put everybody else on a pedestal. And then you've got other people that put themselves on that pedestal and don't live their true selves but try to convince everybody that they're more than they are. So, I mean, that was what really, when I saw the title, I was like, oh, it's one of the, and then when I watched the video, I was like, oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
Well, it makes a lot of sense, and it's pretty relevant right now.
Yeah.
If Brandy would get in here, she could also speak to that. She posted a picture. They're talking about imposters, about not thinking everybody else has got their shit together. So I'm gonna let her speak to that. Which picture? The picture that you said everybody looks like they're all together. That girl's all put together.
Yeah. Oh, well, I just posted this thing on Facebook that I said I feel like those girls who have, like their hair done and their makeup done and they got their water bottle and there's not even a receipt in their purse. That kind of girl. Like I think, well, if I could just get my mind like an order where I wake up early and I can do that, everything will be fine. Like those people must have it together, right? And then, truthfully, to add on to that, there was this lady who made a comment. She had like a YouTube and a Facebook. She said, truth be known, I show y'all what I want to show y'all. I edit my life how I want to edit. Y'all don't know that swim time during the summer counts as a bath. Y'all don't know that there's 3 loads of laundry that I've hit, that I've probably dried each one of them twice. Just those little things that, truthfully, it's not about having your whole life together. It's just about maybe we need to feel like we have it together, but know that not every single one has it together. And I think that's just an illusion, truthfully.
Yeah.
Well it's kind of like we talked about in sociology. One of the things that we talked about was engagement that you do when you're going to have company over. You got to like clean the living room and all the parts where they're going to be, so that the parts that you're in that they're not allowed are just a plain mess. And you just clean up your little area where it needs to look presentable. It's all about looking presentable for some people, and how they're perceived. I think that that's too much upkeep for me. I'd rather just keep it real. But it's also to that point that Brandy was talking about. you could be the well-packaged woman or man in the suit or the blazer with your water and your purse or your bag and whatever, and go to work and have the job and have the money and be so freaking depressed. Like, you can have it all together, the hair perfect, makeup, but inside you are so shattered because of your depression or your mental disorder that no one notices until you're falling apart and in need of great help. So I don't get people who seem to have they're the same anymore. Not that I judge them or anything. I don't always see, well, there's a perfectly coiffed hairdo and, beautiful manicured nails and think a happy person. I think, well, maybe she's trying to hide something. Maybe she's in need of help. Maybe there's something going on there beneath the surface that's just bubbling and waiting to come to the surface.
My mother had a rule. She did do nothing until her face was put on. So she had her makeup perfect. Now, her hair was in one of these 1960 turban things. She might be in her nightgown and her house dress over it, but she wasn't going to the door to answer it to anybody until the face was on. When the face was on, she would drive us to school in that same nightgown, do whatever she would do. But the face, the thing she felt like she was presenting to the world was done. She was not going to present her face without it being done. She was horrified when I would not, a child raised in the 60s, would not follow that rule. She was totally horrified by that. But, it is what it is. But there are other things about being presented to the world, too, because I have been watching the Spartan Life Coach talking about how to take revenge on a narcissist, what is a covert narcissist, what is how to overcome the abuse that a narcissist puts on somebody. And one of the key things he says is that narcissism has been overly used term, first of all, and that 90% of the people that say, that person is a narcissist or this person is a narcissist, they're not even narcissists. They have to have at least 5 of the 9 characteristics, and it is a mental disorder. It is called borderline personality disorder. And one of the things, if you are an overt narcissist, you are presenting your life as perfection. You also present your childhood as perfection.
That means it's a good thing. My dad, he didn't care if you were where he was always the center of attention, and he would be that guy who would buy that dinner for that group of people, but go home and we ate like bologna. Like he would put that out there, and it's kind of funny because me and Toy have been talking about narcissists.
My little brother, and it's really sad because my little brother is very depressed. He's tried to commit suicide a few times. He will not leave the house unless he's wearing a 3-piece suit. He has manicured nails. His hair is perfect. He drives a brand new car. He can't hold a job for more than 3 months at a time. Sometimes he lives in his car. He's staying with my mom, and they fight like cats and dogs, and the whole situation, everything about his life is just a nightmare. He doesn't get along with either one of his parents. Everything else is just a complete nightmare. But if you look at him, he looks like perfection. He always he maintains his weight. He always looks perfect. His skin, his clothing, everything about him is spot on visually. You're just like, wow, this is an amazing guy. He's got everything together, and he's a train wreck. He's a complete train wreck. Where me, on the other hand, the dirtier my house is, the happier I am. The worse I look, the better I feel.
That was one of the things he was saying. One of the other things he was saying was that when someone challenges them on any of that, or something goes wrong that blows their image, their perfection, that they suffer high anxiety, they start falling apart, that that's usually when they rage or they,
That's why
each
we don't get
narcissist
along.
will create a different scenario for it. But they say that it's actually post-traumatic stress syndrome happening.
Mhm.
So that these narcissists come from a place of trauma that happened in that perfect childhood that they usually claim they have. They don't want to admit that everything wasn't roses. Everything was perfect. Everything was always there, but it's a trauma that they suffered that they don't allow themselves to feel,
Yep.
because if they feel it, they feel like that's the end of them. That is the end of them, the world, everybody. And that they don't, that's why they're so hard to treat, is because they're never going to admit those feelings. They have a low emotional IQ, and they either cannot feel the emotion because they've deadened it in themselves, or they are terrified of the emotion and they stuff it down. And that's why they have a covert or an overt narcissist. And I realized that I had been dealing with a covert narcissist who would come to me falling apart, and that's what he needed from me. That was the agenda. That was the thing I filled for him, is to get him back on that high flying disc so that everything was fine. But the minute everything was fine, he was gone. I just was his medicine. I was his Lexapro, and it got him out of his mental funk.
Yeah, that's a lot of what I'm dealing with my landlady. Is she tries so hard to put out this image of perfection, and she's falling apart. She's physically not healthy right now. There's a lot going on, but everything and the way things manifest themselves are. Oh, hold on one second. Sorry. Sorry. Uh, and it's always you can tell when things are bad because any comment that you make, like, oh, this good happened today, huh? No. This good happened today, and immediately there's this negative rebuttal. you know
Mhm.
um, uh, the other day my kids went in and they cooked for themselves, which they used to do at home all the time, but now that we're here it's different because it's not home. So they felt kind of uncomfortable, and they're finally getting comfortable enough to go in the kitchen and cook their own food, which is awesome. I'm so excited, and I'm like, hey, the kids went in there and they made lunch, and she's like, well, I know they left a wrapper on the floor, and some of the pasta got down on the floor, and the dog ate. Always having to just shoot you down constantly, to kind of lift yourself up and maintain this certain level of, better than you. And I watch her because she fits that classic narcissistic personality, and just tries so hard. I'm an A-type personality, and constantly going around cleaning up after everybody like they're inferior.
Yes.
And that's the way it manifests itself with her. And it's painful to watch because you know that there's a pain there. You know that there's something not right there. And you want to reach out, but you know that anything that you do, that you try to, and I've tried, is just swatted down immediately. No, everything is perfect in my life. It's like, oh, this is so hard to watch. And that's how it is with my little brother. We don't, because I've seen behind the curtain and I know his life isn't perfect. He always has new sets of friends. We live in Vegas. It's a pretty transient town, so you can always go out and find a new group of people to hang out with. There's a certain aspect of it that makes it a small town, but at the same time, you can just constantly be a new person and reinvent yourself here. And that's what he does. And then as soon as he starts hanging out with people and they start to get to know him a little bit better, and they meet mom, and and they see how things really are, and they kind of get that little peek behind the curtain, then he just disappears and goes and finds new people to hang out with, because that he has to maintain that illusion. That's what
It
gets him through the
challenges his
day.
ego.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's funny because now that Reagan just said that, that reminds me a lot of my older brother. We just thought that he was a Scorpio and just couldn't get close to anybody, but so many narcissists that it just really reminds me of him. And we don't get along. And one of the reasons we don't get along is because he's very full of himself, and he's quick to cut someone off who does not feed his ego. And I've known a couple narcissists throughout my entire life. I've had a former best friend that was a narcissist who was diagnosed with multiple personality disorder and narcissists. It was a scientific name that had narcissism
There is
in
a
it.
very, very scientific name. Yes, that's what they say. That a true narcissist is actually a diagnosable condition.
Mm-hmm. And then my brother, who's never been diagnosed or sought any kind of mental help, because no one ever thought that he was mentally in need of help, need of any kind of therapy. So, but now that I hear Reagan talk about his presentation used to be what he wanted people to perceive him as, but every 3 months or so, he would drop his entire set of friends and just get new friends. And the only one friend that was a constant, he only had one friend that was a constant from 8th grade throughout until he cut that friend off. But that friend must have been an empath, because that friend still to this day asks about my brother, and my brother couldn't care less. My brother is done with him basically, and it makes me think of the narcissist and the empath, and perhaps his friend was the empath.
Yes, most likely. We have one viewer, but I can't see who it is yet.
Sasha.
Hello.
What you said about how Scorpios don't get to know one another people, that's not always true. I find that, I know this is off topic, but you can't always, I know this is not, I'm not saying that anything bad or anything, I'm not saying that you're offended me or anything, but I'm a Scorpio, and I get to know people quite a bit. It's just I may not open up, and show my true colors, but you can't always define a person by their zodiacal sign, because they may, if you come down to it, I guess, I think Tori brought it up in one of her videos, I'm not sure, somebody said it, about their natal chart and how different signs intertwine with your being, and everybody is different on so many different levels that they could be 10 different signs, and you still would, and to try to pinpoint what sign you are, you'd never know the true sign. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, yeah, but that's why I said it was his Scorpio-like nature putting up walls to keep people away. We just always thought it was that.
Yeah.
No. I understand that, but I'm just saying, and I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I do apologize, but I'm just saying, the way you said it, the way it came across, I'm not offended by it, but somebody could be offended by it. It's just the way that it's just the way that you said it, is that the way it sounded like is the way you perceive all Scorpios are that way.
Scorpions they do put up walls to protect themselves. Whereas, because they're the water sign that does do that. However, they know other people very well because they're emotional water. And I'm emotional water, I'm Pisces. We can see through someone's emotions very easy, and we can know people. But a Scorpion likes to protect themselves once they've been hurt. If they've been hurt, there's going to be walls, because they're going to have that stinger out, and it's going to hit. My sister's a Scorpio, my 2 brothers are Scorpios, my youngest daughter's a Scorpio, one of my best friends is a Scorpio, and he has the strongest walls. You run into my sister in a dark alley through the shit that she's been through, she will pull a gun on and shoot you, and she won't have any second thoughts about it.
That's
she will just
my
shoot
daughter.
you. She will freaking shoot you.
And
my daughter.
Get to know us very well. My brother was great at reading people. But
yeah, Scorpions are good with other people, but they don't let people in real easy.
Yeah, and it's not so much a generalization as far as like Scorpios or all that. No, it's just a trait that can be common,
Exactly.
My daughter and my stepson are both Scorpios, and my stepson, he's had the same friends since elementary school. Like, he's known all of his friends forever, but he travels in different circles based on what's going on in his life, because he's got those hood rats and then he's got the more, respectable people, and he goes back and forth between them, but it's still the same people. My daughter, she also has a lot of those base people that she's known for a long time, but then she also has those surface friends for when she wants to put a different face out there, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's, I do know a lot of Scorpios that do kind of would, if you didn't know them well enough, would come off as being kind of like the narcissistic, as far as that whole those faces and having to present themselves and kind of being kind of chameleons and falling in with different groups. I do know a few that are that way. And no, I mean it's not right to generalize it. Well, all Scorpio. No. I'm not saying that. I don't think Sasha was saying that at all either.
Yeah,
It's just a trait that can occur quite often in Scorpios, I guess.
I have two brothers. They're born one day apart, 5 years and 1 day apart. One's on the 11th of November and one is on the 12th of November. My older Scorpion brother, it took him until he was about 20-something years old to recognize that my brother was a member of the family, because he got butthurt that his mother was in the hospital having and giving birth to the brother on his birthday, and I, the 12-year-old, gave him his birthday party. So every day of his life, he plotted against this brother because he didn't like him. Now this is this is the dark Scorpio, okay? He would go so far as to carve my brother's name into the brand new car and go tell my dad, look what he did, not realizing that a 2-year-old does not know how to write his name. So he got in trouble. But they're best friends now. But if you put my two brothers together in a room, you would not suspect that both of them were Scorpions. My older brother is a more classic introvert Scorpion. My other brother is the class clown comedian, and you would never know he was a Scorpion by his nature. He is a car salesman. He talks and he does all this stuff. My other brother works for NASA and runs the space station. They are totally different kinds of personalities and things like that. But they both have those personality traits to protect their inner emotions. Both of them. That humor on my one brother is a protection mechanism to protect his heart, because it's hurt, and he never will come out and tell you he's hurt. He will make a joke and he will move on, and that's just the way he is.
Yeah.
But my friend, the Scorpion, he is not only Scorpio sun sign, he's Scorpio rising, he's Scorpio Pluto, he's almost every freaking thing he's got is in Scorpio. And you want to talk about someone putting up a wall, he'll put up a wall fast. And he will, that tail will come out. He wants a relationship. No, I don't want a relationship. I want to be independent. First time somebody likes him, that's all it takes to chop their heads off. You liked me, I gotta kill you. You can't live. I can't have that. He is defensive because he's been hurt. But again, it's always because he's been hurt. They always have something that they're protecting.
Those are typical Scorpios. I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule. And I'm sorry if I offended you, Tara.
No, you didn't offend me.
My general experience with my brother has been, he's brilliant at reading people. He's brilliant at making connections with people. And he's brilliant at getting to know them. But he is the quite opposite at letting people get to know him.
Yeah.
And it seems that if you get too close, then he's very flighty and he'll take off, but he won't just leave. He will do something to tear you down to build himself up before he leaves. He'll give himself a reason in his mind that you're not worthy of his time or his energy, and then he'll leave.
Yeah.
And that's the narcissist, not necessarily. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
That is a
that gets into
narcissistic Scorpio.
Well, just like
Because
my
that
little
last part
brother.
was very narcissistic, yes.
Well, just like my little brother, he's a Pisces, and generally I get along amazingly with Pisces. Even my ex-husband, who we had a horrible marriage, you know, he was my best friend for like 15 years. Like, I mean, and we're still friends. We were just gossiping like old ladies on the phone yesterday, you know.
Well,
But
let me tell you, I can attest. Pisces can be dark. We don't have the protection of a Cancer, which is a crab that has a shell. The Scorpion has a stinger. We're just two fish tied together, swimming in opposite directions. So our defense mechanism is to shapeshift. We are. I go down deep into that water, and you will never know I'm there. I'll be in the same room, and I'll be gone. You won't see me. I will be gone.
Well, and that's the thing is like I said, I mean, you know, I mean, normally speaking, I get along really well with Pisces, but my little brother and I, we just clash, and it's a lot of the narcissism and him just feeling this need to distance himself from me because I'm the uglier part of the reality of his childhood and his family upbringing. He didn't have a good relationship with his dad. His dad was really abusive. He's my half brother, and you know, so we don't have the same dad. But you know, I know what went on. I know his past. I know how the family is and what's going on. So since I know those truths, he doesn't want me around.
Therefore, you ruined
that.
the dream, the illusion, and the reality. No, they don't know. I like to do my dream worlds. Thank you very much, and don't mess with me when I'm there.
Plus, they don't ever know when you're going to call them out or, like, call their bullshit or be like, you know, they don't, it's a trust issue, too, because they don't know if you're, it's like you both have a secret, but only one of you benefits from not telling it, you know? So it's a little harder when it's a one-sided secret.
Well, and I'm a Libra. I'm all about balance, which means I'm completely off balance at all times. So I can look like and he gets really irritated, and a lot of the problems we have that he expresses to my mom is the fact that I look like I have things together a lot better than I do, so he assumes that I do, even though he knows better, you know, and there's a lot of jealousy there because of the fact that I just roll with things, and I'm like, whatever, you know, if you see my house messy, I got kids, you know, what can I say? If it's all together and clean, yay me, pat on the back, I actually got something accomplished, you know. I mean, I'm pretty open about everything. I'm too lazy to hold secrets or hide anything from people. I don't know how not to just be ridiculously open, and I might be a different person every time you talk to me. One day I might be broken and feeling completely like crap, and the other day I might be this arrogant bitch, you know. I mean, that's just who I am as a person. All those faucets are me, you know.
Yes, but you're also whatever your ascendant sign is. And your ascendant becomes extremely important because the ascendant is really how we present ourselves to the world. So that's what Tara was talking about when she said, I have a Gemini as my ascendant, so I look very social. I can talk, I can joke, I can laugh, I can be all that stuff, but inside I'm still that Pisces.
How do you find out your ascendant?
Huh?
How do you find out your... Pardon?
You have to do your natal chart.
I will find the link for you, Tara. There's a website that you can go on that will give you your chart, and like they have one that's...
I did my natal chart once, but I don't know where it went, and I couldn't print it off.
If you find it, I like the myastro.com, and you just go to myastro.com, and you can put in, you can even make yourself a little account. It's free, and you can do multiple natal charts if you need to, but it'll give you everything.
You have to know your name and date of birth and time of birth and where.
Yes, exactly. And that'll give you your ascendant. So your ascendant is how you present yourself to the world. So your Pisces brother may have a different ascendant that's showing that he has to be that perfectionist. Because a Pisces is really not a perfectionist like that. A Pisces has organized chaos. Yeah. Don't touch my pile because my pile, I know where everything is. I'm an organized disaster. I am not the other thing. Now, when my Virgo moon kicks in, then I am obsessive compulsive about cleaning everything, and my key thing is nobody can be in the house while I'm doing it. I have to run everybody out. If anybody else is in the house, I sit down on the couch and I don't move. When everybody leaves, I get up and I do it because I have my way of doing it, and I don't want nobody else messing with my way of doing it.
Yeah.
But my Pisces, you live in a disaster area. You're like a cyclone. You don't know. Pisces, that he's got something else in that ascendant of his that's making that perfectionism come out.
Yeah.
I would
Yes,
suspect
for sure.
possibly a Virgo.
Yeah, I would almost go with that too. Yeah.
Huh?
You know what? One more time, Sasha.
I said, yeah, he probably is a Virgo.
I was going to say the Virgo is more the obsessive compulsive. I gotta show my
They're the
perfection.
critical ones. They're the critical perfectionists.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, and me being closer to Virgo, and because I'm a September Libra, I'm closer to the cusp, and I have a lot of the Virgo traits. At the same time, like with the scales, you get that same duality of, and some days I wake up and I'm just hate myself because I'm like, just stop.
Because you're a Libra Virgo cusp, and my ascendant is Libra and I'm Virgo.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
So you're talking, I'm like, yes, I know your pain.
Yes. Oh, so I have something really cool that somebody gave me right before I moved, and I didn't know where it was, and I found it the other day. It's an astro deck, and it's really cool because I don't know if you've seen these before, it explains all of the different signs, and it's really, useful when you're reading charts or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having so much fun with this because, I know you can go online and it gives you all this stuff is from these cards are from 1981. You can go online and it gives you all the information and stuff, but it was kind of cool to have it in actual cards. It explains, it's got the houses, and it explains all the different correspondences and stuff, and all the different signs, the sun signs, the moon signs, and it's just. So I was like, oh yeah, I have those. So Tara, when you get ready to do your natal chart again, if you go on and do it again and you want to sit down and do a video chat, I'll dig out my cards and give you a little bit more insight.
Awesome. I'm on astro.com, and I did the natal chart thing. Now, it says horoscope chart drawing. Do I go there for says chart drawing ascendant? Quick access to your chart and calculations. Is that what I go to check out my natal chart?
I want to say yes, but I'm not 100% sure without looking at it in front of me.
Oh, I'll just check it. Now, how do I tell which one's my natal chart? Or my natal, or not natal, but ascendant?
You have to type in your date of birth and the time you were born.
Done that.
And you were born.
It'll
Done that.
formulate it and show it to you as an AS.
I'm looking at the. Can you see it? I'm looking at the chart.
Yes, but it'll tell you what the AS. It's usually at 9 o'clock. What is in 9 o'clock?
9
if you're
o'clock?
looking at it like a clock, it's a 9 o'clock position as your ascendant.
It's an M with a line through it.
No, that's midheaven. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is to the left side.
Oh, okay, there we go. It's a box with lines coming out each side. I don't know what sign that is.
Hang on. That sounds like Libra, but hang on. It can be a Gemini. Hang on. Let's see. I'm inviting our viewer to see if she would like to join us. Hang on.
The viewer?
Yes, the Happy House Witch.
Oh, hi. Echo. Come on, baby, move. Move. You guys see this, what I'm dealing with here?
Hey, Reagan, later, will you give me the information for that deck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm about to have cat hair all over me.
But don't say it on here because I don't want all the viewers to rush out and buy it before I do. I don't want them to spike the bids.
Yeah, you know, by the way, send that to me as well. Come with it too.
That's too funny.
Amazon, baby.
Oh my. We could smell for like 2 months. Now we're not going to be able to smell because it's going in form. The allergies are starting down here.
Oh yeah,
It
it's that time.
There you go.
Gemini.
Oh my god.
Yes. That means you're more social, Tara. It's your Gemini that makes you more social. Scorpios are not like out there a lot.
You want to hear something funny? I haven't had my chart done, and I had it done years and years ago, so I didn't even like. I don't pay much attention. I don't pay much attention to anything. I'm usually my head's in my butt. I just pulled mine up, and my ascendant sign is Scorpio. That explains a lot. My moon sign is Taurus. Oh wow! Holy shit.
Rounded Earth, that's all right. Fixed
That
Earth.
makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah.
Huh? Where did I send you to? Where did I
Oh,
send
since we're all looking for charts.
Well, how do you read your chart?
Astro.com. What was that?
How do you read your chart? I don't understand how to read it.
If you look on the left-hand side, you got that little list there, and it's got all the symbols, and it'll give you, like mine, it says Sun, 6, Libra, 24, 12. Like, it gives you, that's your, those are what your signs are in those specific.
In myastro.com, it will give you a report. So you click on report, and it'll give you your report to your natal chart.
Yeah.
It won't be complete. It won't be complete. It'll be just a synopsis little thing, but it will give you enough insight into all your stuff.
Yeah, and that's where, like for me, that's where the deck comes in. I've used it for other people's. I just don't know why I haven't done mine. That's really cool though. True node.
You have mine on there. I just don't have mine.
My moon is in Gemini. That is just not good.
My moon is in Taurus. That's hilarious.
That's just not good. What are you talking about? No good, bad, or indifferent. The only bad thing that I see is when everybody I encounter that is, like a man in my life has a friggin' Aries something, and that's where the narcissism comes in, and I have to run. And there's nothing wrong with an Aries. They're really great people.
They're supposed to be in bed. They're supposed to be very good in bed, just so you know.
Oh, well, they are. That's what sucks me in. Thank you.
That's very good.
What you have to keep in mind with Aries
yes,
it's the god of war.
In my experience, it's a myth.
My Aries was excellent. Okay, that's all. Enough said.
Whoa, wait, hold on. I have a theory. What date was your Aries? Like, where does he fall? Early Aries or later Aries?
It's the same date because this one used to tell me that, no, Neil's a Taurus. And I said, well, okay, so then all of a sudden it was his birthday, and I'm like, today is fucking George's birthday. You're married to a fucking Aries, and you're telling me how bad I am, and I need to run from this Aries, and you're married to one too? Give me a break. Well, he was born on the cusp, and he said he's Taurus. No, you don't get to pick what you are. He's friggin' Aries. And guess what day? Hitler's birthday. Thank you. There you go. The epitome of an
and there's my damn theory. Well, I thought, like, if you were born, like, in the first of Aries, you're probably better in bed than if you were the latter half of Aries. Because I've had 2 boyfriends that were the latter half of Aries, and they made me so sad because I heard that myth, and I was like, yay! And then no. It's a myth.
Toy.
No.
Toy, I went to the short report, and it says my ascendant is in Sagittarius.
Well, that means
but on
that
the
your house
chart,
is...
it looked like it had the Gemini sign.
Well, No, it couldn't have the Gemini sign. You're looking in the wrong house, probably.
Hello.
Oh, could be, because it says my sun is in Scorpio, my moon is in
Hello.
Leo, ascendant is in Sagittarius. Hello.
So you're all fire, honey. You have a fire trine there. You are on fire, hun. On fire.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's not a good or a bad or indifferent. It is just a thing. Just like,
Means that it is whatever fire is to you. You know, it's nurturing and destructive and driven and lustful, and it's all those things that fire is.
Your ascendant is okay. She's an ascendant in Gemini. Yeah, Brandy. My ascendant's in Gemini as well.
I think, and it's gonna sound really funny, but I think that's why I get along with Scott so well. Is he's April 24th, and I get along even though my mother is an Aries, and there's times when I want to poke her eyes out. One of my dear friends.
I know that feeling. I know that
feeling. And I get along really well with Aries and Taurus, and Aries people just love me for some reason, like personality, but we clash. Also, if that makes any sense, like personality, like we can sit down and talk and have the most longest drawn out hilarious conversations, and it's great.
Aries
and at the
are
same
great
time,
like that.
Yeah.
They're wonderful the way they project themselves.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing. Yeah, no.
Until you're smarter than them. They don't
Yeah,
want you around.
you can't. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, that's my one friend. She's a one-upper, and everything that you say or everything you do, she's got you beat. Oh, she's got you beat.
Well, and if she can't beat you, then that's where the danger lies. Yes.
Yeah.
Because that's when the knives come out. Yes.
Her birthday is the exact same day as my mother's, and both of them, like, circumstances have put them both in my life. You know, my mom and my youngest son's stepmother, actually.
Well, my theory to that is that whatever you need to grow will be found all around you. Especially the significant relationships of mothers, fathers, grandparents, best friends, husbands, wives.
You can't escape from, oh, look at the baby. Oh, kitty.
Learn your lesson and get out.
Yeah.
Get away from whatever the lesson is. Hurry up and learn it.
Good evening, Blue Whisper.
We're talking about our natal charts.
We started out with the thing on imposters, and it quickly turned to narcissists, which quickly turned to scorpions, which scorpions are not necessarily narcissists.
You gotta move today. You gotta move today. Keep up with our Witchy Chat.
So is this kind of mutating into whatever? Which is how we do things around here.
Yes.
So, Blue Whisper, what are you astrologically?
Your mic's not working.
She's muted. Oh.
Yeah, she's got mic issues.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Oh, Capricorn?
Wait, back it up just a little bit.
Capricorn.
Oh, yes.
Capricorn. I love these notes. This is awesome.
Well, I have
Let's
to love
play
my
charades.
Cappies. I do love my Cappies. I've got 2 daughters that are Capricorns, and I've had 3 lovers that were Capricorns, and I have to say, they're awesome.
Yeah, I have a couple of really
My little brother's a Capricorn, and I love him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the one bad thing about Capricorns that I've experienced, in my experience, is that they hate to be judged, but they're the first to throw a judgment.
My youngest son's dad.
You know my middle daughter? Yeah, that's her. She's scary. Hey, but I want you to also know that this is a typical Capricorn woman.
Mhm.
She gawks in. My daughter has always wanted. Okay.
Okay.
We got it. My daughter this will describe her. When she was in kindergarten, she told the world she wanted to be a millionaire. Okay, this is a woman who wanted to present to the world the finest things in life, but she was willing to go to Goodwill, the thrift stores to buy the best because her money would go further there buying the top of the line stuff so she could buy more. But when she walks into the daycare where her son's at, and she sees all these babies with these little red cheeks because the AC went out at the lady's home. And her own children were not helping her get the AC repaired, even though their children were in that daycare as well. My daughter goes back to the builder where she works. She got the part for the discounted rate from KB Homes. She took the part herself. She disassembled her AC outside. She put it on herself. And mind you, while in her stiletto heels. And this is this Capricorn. She did it for as cheap as possible. She did it for $140. She did it herself. And then turned around and said, okay, you do extra babysitting for me. That was how the lady paid her back. Was just, I did this for you because I want my son to have AC. I want these babies not to have red cheeks. And then you give me free babysitting. So she bartered it out, but she did it herself and then when my car AC went out,
Tara, stop that.
She was in the floorboard of my car fixing my fan blower in my car because this is what a Capricorn will do. She's the reason I fixed my own AC because I said, well, my daughter can do this damn thing. I did. Well, I went and rewired my whole AC when it went out. Because I was like, I'm not going to be one up by my daughter.
Yep.
Capricorns are hard workers, and they want nice things, and if they want nice things, they're going to work hard for it.
They'll work hard for it, but they're going to pay the cheapest price to get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
they're very frugal. Before she graduated college, she owned her first home. She has now already built a new one, didn't want to sell the other one because it wasn't the right time. She just sold it at the top of the market. Now she is building her third home because she decided that her 4,000 square foot home wasn't big enough for the two of them.
That's a Capricorn.
I pity the man.
There's a little Leo in there, if I might say.
And she won't take a man who's not equally ambitious. So she's single. There you go. Because she can't find a man that's equally ambitious.
That's generally pretty hard to do anyway. Women have a different drive, I think, most of the time regardless, so yeah.
My daughter, she has a good heart, but let me tell you, boy, she is a ball buster. That's all I can tell you. Yeah. She's the kindest person. At the same time, you're going to listen to it the whole time she's doing it. And you're going, oh my God. Then my other Capricorn, she's up there. Anywhere the wind blows, she's there. She's the militant lesbian that saves women from a life of polygamy in Utah. So she takes these 16-year-old girls across state lines to free them from being married to some old man. Then next thing you know, she's taking on New York. She goes, gets her job in Central Park because she goes up there and they say, can you operate a tractor? And she looks at him and she goes, of course, I'm from Texas.
Right.
What do you think? We all know how to drive a tractor. I was like, when did you drive a tractor? You were 1 year old on your grandpa's knee. What are you talking about? You know how to drive a tractor.
Never forget.
She was up there.
She learned real fast is what she did.
And she's an artist, and she's just nothing of a Capricorn. And she's a double Capricorn at that. She's not just a single Capricorn. She's a double. And I just don't get that personality at all. I don't know where it comes from. She's an artist. She was starving. She goes, Mom, can you send me money? I said, no, I can't send you money because she always wants money. And she goes, okay, well, I have $30, and it takes $35 to buy a Metro card. She went out. She bought 5 wooden boxes. With her art supplies, she painted the Angel of Death on it. And she went to where the rich heroin addicts hang out in New York City. and she sold them each for $30 for their heroin stash, and she made her money for her paycheck to come.
Sure she's not a Libra? Oh.
No, she's not. She's a freaking double Capricorn, and I'm like, where in the hell did she get this from?
I used to go and get bottles of water at the dollar store. You get them 6 for $1 and go down the strip and sell them for $1 a piece.
That's so saying.
Well, hey, if people don't want to get their own water, I mean, it's called, what is that? When you go to Walgreens, it's for convenience. You pay for convenience.
Yeah.
That's
I used
right.
to be doing that. I had my little rolling cooler and just plow down. I couldn't keep stock.
Hey, that's a good sideline business.
Mm-hmm.
We're hot
Get one
here.
of those little packets.
We could go to
They
the
can
park.
pour in there. Yeah.
We could go in together at the park at the bayfront. I think we have to have our license to sell. Really?
I couldn't even
When you're
tell you
walking
what my
around the park with
personality
a
is like.
nice chest, they don't even know you're selling.
Well, you know what we used to do is that's why we had the rolling coolers, because some people would go out there on the strip and they would park in one spot, you know, and they'd have big signs out and stuff, and they'd get in trouble for doing it. It's like, you can't do that. So we had the rolling coolers. I had a backpack one. I had one with wheels. That was my friend Cindy, and she'd go with me. A couple of Libras out there on the strips, and we would go along and
for $1.
water and just go grab
Well, when I was in grade 2, I think it was, I used to steal, I don't know if you have Hawkins Cheesies down there. But they're really, really hard, crunchy cheesies. Not like the Cheetos, but they're really, really crunchy. Well, anyways, I used to steal them about 10 from the store when I was in grade 2, and then I would sell them to the older kids for lunch at the public school.
in 2nd grade. Wow.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey!
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, catch me up. What are we talking about?
Everything. You gotta move today.
Okay, I have a request.
Sure, go
Okay.
I need some good vibes and in a big way, and maybe some ideas for a spell.
Okay.
I had a mammogram, and I have a 9 by 7 millimeter suspicious mass. I have to go Tuesday to get an ultrasound and possible biopsy, and then today my doctor calls and said, "Congratulations." And in my Wilford Brimley voice, I have diabetes. So I have diabetes. So I'm going to heal myself of all this shit, and so I need good vibes and maybe a spell idea.
Start juicing and start juicing now, sweetie. Get your
I did.
and
I
start
gotta
juicing.
show. I gotta show you this juice I made with beets. Oh my god, it looks like blood. I'll go get it in a minute. But I juiced some beets and I mixed it with my apple cider vinegar and black seeds. And I pour it in my little shot glass, and it looks like blood. And I'm like, this is so cool. I gotta make this from now on. You know, I got and the Halloween stuff is starting to show up, and I got these labels. I got these labels, and one for my hot sauce that I made is vampire's blood, and I forget something poison on my beet juice. That's cool.
Well, I would say that I just, being a Reiki healer and also going with a lot of other modalities that I've been trying to incorporate as well. When you're talking about having a mass, the visualization is it's not so much a spell but a visualization, and what you're going to be doing is you're going to be sending, and this is going to sound bad, but negative intent to the tumor or the spot, whatever the suspicious area is. And the visualization should be something that is to your brain can activate what you need to activate. Like they said that in a lot of times it will be the white blood cells will be like soldiers marching in and killing off the opposing army, which is the negative cells that you have in your breast. Um, or it can be like Pac-Man eating it up.
Oh,
Or
okay.
it can be like you are visualizing pouring something on it that makes it melt or dissolve. Or, the visualization is yours to choose how it works for you. And you go into a deep trance state, meditative state, just like you would be doing if you were building spell work. So what I would do is I would incorporate myself in a full out ritual to put myself really where my head needs to be. But instead of an actual spell, you're going to go inside your own body and you are going to destroy the offender. You're going to get rid of it. You're going
As
to
far
make
as
it.
the diabetes, though, I want to explain that I am the only one in my family, my mother's and my father's side, that's ever had it, and I believe it's a curse. And I'll tell you why I believe it's a curse. I know Miss Spin Pixie. I'm not her. How do you pronounce your? Is it Spin Pixie, right?
Sasha.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sasha's okay. Okay. I know you saw the video, my rant about my witch friend who was very negative. There's this game I introduced her to, and she got hooked on it, and I would be playing it with her, and she's got all these medical problems, and she doesn't want to get better. I believe she did this to me because every time I'd play with her, I'd say, you know what, I'm thirsty, I'm going to go grab a bottle of water. I'd be 6 hours playing with her with nothing to drink. She'd go, that's a sign of diabetes. And then, we'd be playing for hours and hours, and I'd say, I'll be right back, I have to pee. That's a sign of diabetes. Every time I turned around, she kept putting those words out there.
Yeah, that's imprint. I did a
Yeah.
video about printing, and she's leaving negative suggestions in your mind. That's a negative imprint.
And
I believe she wanted me to be sick like her so that I could play that stupid game with her 24/7. I love the game, but I don't want it to be my life. But I really believe that it's more of a curse than an actual disease for me. I mean, I know it's still a disease.
But this is also why I left a comment on that same video telling you that you needed to cease, desist, get the hell away from her, and cut her out of your life, because you are anybody that comes into your auric field is you're going to pick up on it. So you can either have positive from a healthy relationship, or you can have negative from a negative relationship. It will eventually cause damage to you. It will eventually start eating away at you. And if it's already to the point where you noticed it, it bothered you, and it's downright irritating you, that is causation of disease. It's not even her negative thing on you. It's her whole being next to you. She didn't even have to say that. The fact that she's negative and only wants to talk about the negative, it's like law of attraction, and you're getting hit as a byproduct.
Yes.
Not your karma, but you're getting hit with her karma because you're in too close a proximity. It's very hard to stay positive when someone else is shooting you all that negative.
This is what I'm struggling with.
It's like, cut your losses, get the hell away from them. You can't save them. It's not your job.
You need to shield them too, because you're in the throes of all this crap that she's laid on you. You need to shield yourself so you can get yourself better, and you need to shield especially from her.
Exactly.
So whether your preferred, whether it's bricks or whether it's staircases or however you like to shield yourself away from negativity, you really need to be doing some serious shielding.
You gotta have that shield up, and fully functional.
And this is a lot of the stuff that I've been dealing with. Is why I'm trying so hard to get out of my current situations. I'm surrounded by so much negativity, and it's not necessarily directed toward me or things that are, it's just people that just have that just overall negative outlook and vibe, and it wears on you. Because when I first got here, I didn't have the problems I'm having now. I now have gout. I have my big toe flares up, which is the most painful. I've never experienced anything like that before in my life. I've never had numbness and tingling in my legs. It's never been a problem I've ever had. I mean, I've got my share of little BS problems. I have a bad back. I've got scoliosis and stuff like that. But everything else, I was healthy, and I'm watching myself deteriorate just because I'm just floating in this sea of negative energy and
Right.
just, every time if I have a cough, I hear, oh, you better get that checked out. You might have emphysema.
Oh, good
Or,
Lord.
Uh-huh.
is that kind of hypochondriac?
Y'all need to run.
I mean,
I'm telling
yeah,
y'all.
that's why I live for my weekly chats, and I'm so glad that Scott's here, because even though he has his moments, he's got a sense of humor, and he's still upbeat. I mean, he's still got the he's still got the upside. And I live for my weekly chats and my online interaction because of the fact that there's actually positive energy coming from. I feed off of this. Okay, sorry guys, just sucking dry here. No,
You can use me. It's all right.
I have to get it somewhere because I'm not getting it in my immediate environment. As much as I need. And it's so hard to try to shield yourself, and you really do, because I got to the point where I hit 300 pounds. Okay, I mean, I'm 5'8", so it's not like it's a huge. I mean, I'm big, but
You don't look it.
I can get by with that, better than than if I was like 5 foot or whatever.
Right.
But at the same time, that's the biggest I've ever been, and I wasn't even that big when I delivered my youngest son, which I was like, oh, I'm such a whale. I wasn't that big. But now that I'm conscious and really accepting, okay, this is my situation and I have to address it, I'm starting to lose the weight. I'm starting to make, conscious efforts to, when these things are said to me or these things are, pushed onto me, it's like, nope, stop it right now, squash that, that's got to go away, that's got to go away. I visualize myself just picking the bad energy out of the air and just wadding it up and throwing it away. No, just get away from it. And
Right.
you have to just find it in yourself, because we've all got that positive in us. Sometimes it just gets buried with other people's bullshit,
Uh-huh.
and it can really take a physical toll on your health quick. Very quick. I had no idea how fast until I moved in here, and now I'm just like, oh, get me out. Can't do this. Nope. I used to power lift. I used to work out. I used to have a washboard stomach, and now I'm a potato. So, I don't want to be a potato. I have nothing against, I'm comfortable in my skin. I'm comfortable with me, but when I see myself gaining weight that fast, it's like, yeah, okay, it's time to do something. And yeah, it's the outside influence that really.
Right.
I gained 30 pounds in the last 4 months when I decided that I was going to change something significant in my life. And truthfully, the stress came from myself, like even the buildup of the situation. And you know what? The situation could go by and be half as bad or twice as bad. But I've let that bother me for this whole time and postponed it and pushed it back and until like I hit 280 and I had started Weight Watchers and was down to 240. So, I gained some pretty good weight just with that. Even what I caused myself, even with trying to be positive and looking friendly to the public or the job and everything, it's not a surprise that some of our happiest people or our friendliest people are sad, and don't always know how to deal with stuff. So I know
there was a comment made on the side of here. I don't know if y'all saw it by. Okay, I see the picture now. The name came up. Tara.
Yes, me.
Oh, hi, me.
I just can't say it out loud.
Right, she couldn't say this out loud, but she wrote, I can't say this out loud because my parents, but I live in a negative household and my medical problems are getting worse, so Reagan, I know how you feel. There, I read it for you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and
see that.
Stress
Pardon?
is very... Oh, she said, where did you say that? Oh, yeah. Stress is...
The whole thing on my email thing popped up.
Oh, okay.
Google Plus. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I'm still trying to figure all this stuff out, too. The Happy House Witch can't figure out how to get on either. She's having trouble with her computer. So she said she'll figure it out by next time, and so she'll be joining us. She also says she's a Libra as well. So there we go. We have another Libra
I
in the
have
audience.
House Witch. Hopefully next week we'll see you.
She's been on a few different chats watching.
Yes.
We like to have those kind of people along.
Whenever I see
We have one viewer, it's her.
Yeah, well, whenever I see a viewer, I always invite them to join us. I just pop the invite out there.
I am so glad you did too.
Yeah, well, I figure if y'all are interested enough to watch, are interested enough to want to join in the conversation.
Yeah,
Oh, everybody, I got
videos,
some news.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Tori, Reagan, Sasha, believe you probably don't know this, but you all know that I have a hernia. I saw the surgeon, I want to say last week, I think it was. They're not going to do the surgery on me to fix my hernia because they said that it's dangerous to put me under because of my weight, and I need to lose, I need to be in a 40, what's that?
Well, like your BMI
mass, that
yeah.
40 mass, body mass.
BMI. Yeah, BMI.
I need to be 40 and I'm around 60, and I need to stop smoking and I need to stop drinking pop. Now you all know I'm addicted to pop, and I'm happy to tell you I'm down to about 2 a day now.
That's good.
Well, I really, really believe with the proper thoughts and the law of attraction, like she said, and the visualization and some spell work and ritual, you can heal yourself. I healed myself of high blood pressure. The last time I had a high blood pressure reading, it was something like 157 over 97, something like that. It was really high. And the last 4 times now that I've had my blood pressure reading, just by positive thoughts alone, it's been normal. 3 or 4 times in a row now. And I haven't been taking medications for it or anything. But with this diabetes, I believe that's more of a. I felt like it might be a curse. That's what I felt.
You can also quickly add chromium picolinate, 200 to 500 micrograms. You can do that each time you eat to help stabilize blood sugar and insulin level. You can also take alpha lipoic acid at around 100 to 300.
Boy, she knows her stuff.
But you do that for controlling the insulin level, because most diabetes is type 2 diabetes, which means it's insulin resistance. And so the alpha lipoic acid stops the destruction of the sugar that the sugar is causing in the body, that gives you all of the negative medical situations that come from it, and balances out that insulin level back down to normal. And the chromium balances out the blood sugar so that you can start to normalize, and if you start to normalize, it'll be easier for you to solve and remedy your problem.
Now, are you on insulin or are you on the pills?
She just told me today, and I'm going to start tomorrow night taking metformin, 5 milligrams twice a day. But the hernia thing, I think that we can, that's something that you might be, it could write itself too if you visualize that too, am I right?
Yes, but you do have to also start eating right.
Right. I mean, we do need to start taking care of our bodies more.
Exactly.
And I just want to put this out there, okay, I have tried, I'm not much of a dieter. I'm terrible at diets. I can't hold with them, and I know that a diet is a short-term fix for a long-term problem.
Right.
But what I've been looking for, and I haven't found it yet, and I've been looking all over the internet, and I've been on the internet since the beginning, is group of, for the accountability purposes of, okay, I need to stay on track and help me stay on track. But my problem is every time I get into a group, a fitness group or a dieting or exercise or healthy living or whatever, I always run into the same thing. You get those people that drop 100 pounds in record time, and they're like, well, and it's just like a reformed drug addict or a reformed smoker, how they're critical of you. Well, I did this, so you should be able to do it immediately too. So maybe we need to get together and put together a realistic.
I was going to suggest out for smoking on camera.
Well, I smoke. I'll admit that. Yeah, me with the, But one thing. Why can't we? Did you guys ever think about doing spell work together while we're chatting?
Yes. Well, yeah, and I've also heard that spell work on weight loss doesn't work. But I want to tell you something. Spell work can always work.
Yes, it can. We can do
Well,
anything.
here's my
Right.
thing.
The
You
problem
know,
with spell work not working for weight loss is that you do not believe that it can
Exactly.
happen, and if you do not believe, then you've already pulled in what you truly are feeling inside about that spell work. That
and
I
I
deserve to be fat, or I'm always going to be fat, or it can't be
Right.
done, or it's too hard. So you
Well, and
sabotage
we
your
need to go
spell
to the
work.
source of the problem too. It's not the
well,
fact that
and
we just need to lose
Exactly.
weight. We
for
need to
me,
get
yeah.
down to the
And that's for me exactly. I could care less what my body looks like. I'm a grandmother, okay? I've
Yeah,
already
me
done all
too.
of my, I could care less what I look
I,
like,
I mean, I
other
have no
than
makeup.
taking a
My
shower
hair.
and, I mean, I get a little crazy with my hair, but that's just my outlet.
I
But
just got mine up in a bun. Look, I've been making soap today. I'm no bra. So,
Right.
this is something that Scott's
yeah,
We're
mom
gonna get them man
baby.
viewers now.
I'm gonna keep them too.
I I
This
decided
is my offending
Done to me. I've
booby.
got cat hair all over my shirt. Thanks to my cat there.
I spilled a protein shake all over myself, and I put a bra on because at first, when I looked at myself in the thing, I looked like I was like a 34 long. So I was like, okay. It's like I'll put them up a little bit, so it doesn't look so bad. But because the camera angle, it was like comic. It was funny. But the thing is, yeah, I don't care about the number. I'm not worried about my actual weight. I'm not worried so much about my body mass. My body mass is really skewed because I used to power lift, so I have a lot more muscle than most women my height and weight. So it really skews the numbers a lot. I mean,
Think about the weight you carry in emotion is
yeah,
what we need to be.
it's
Yeah.
more, it's overall health.
Yep.
It's just overall health. And if I have a little bit of accountability, I'm less likely to go and binge eat a pound of chocolate, which I'm really bad at. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's. Oh, go ahead,
Well,
Sasha.
see, with me and dieting, it never worked. My sister and I would make up all these plans. Okay, this is what we're gonna eat. This is what we're not gonna eat. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're not gonna do. And we wrote out this exercise plan and this diet plan. We would always do this, but we'd fail every time. The
Well, the
one
law of
time in my life that I
attraction.
really
The
started
law of
to eat,
attraction says that you got to visualize yourself where you want to be, and you have to be grateful. And I think you're beautiful, and as long as you think you're beautiful, then nothing else can happen except for you're going to become what you want.
And a lot of my
well,
bad
the thing
habits.
is it wasn't until I changed the way that I felt about my lifestyle, not my diet. Because my diet, diets are temporary, and you have a stigma on what a diet is. It's supposed to make you lose the weight. It's supposed to get your skin in. There's a stigma on what a diet is. When you just change your lifestyle, into a healthy eating way, and you find fruits and vegetables that resonate with you, then you can change your lifestyle. And I hated vegetables. When I first moved to this house, I was like, crap, I can't believe I'm spending $3 on 2 bunches of kale. Really? I could get like a box of hot and like
A lot of
She said that four-letter word, kale.
I know, right? Well, and
I don't need this negativity from you, Sasha.
I'm just saying. This is what I did. I didn't say no more cake. I didn't say no more this, no more that. I didn't do that to myself.
Right.
I just gave myself a timeline where I'm like, okay, well, this month I'll buy this much of junk food, and this month I'll buy a little less month of junk food. Then I did it less and less until I was comfortable not buying it anymore. And what I would do is when I would eat my junk food, I'd be like, God, this is like it's tasteless. Its own suggestions into my head on the junk food that I was taking in. So every month I wanted to buy less. And then I started just going with fruits and vegetables.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I don't have a problem. It's like diet. I'm pretty good with like my normal what I eat. I eat a lot of boneless, skinless chicken. I eat a lot of vegetables. I don't have a problem. I do things like I cook in grapeseed oil. I don't add a lot. I don't use salt. Like I hardly ever, unless the recipe calls for it, and then I use like pink salt. I'm really like, I don't. I'm pretty good, but every time that I get to the point where I'm like binging on crap that I shouldn't be eating and start doing really, it comes from an emotional place,
Well, what is your downfall as
Um,
far as food? Like me, it's chocolate.
Chocolate.
chocolate, junk food.
Chips.
The
Anything potato.
Oh, I love potatoes. I love me some potatoes. Oh my. And
Anything carbohydrate, and I don't care if it's cardboard. If I'm stressed, I'm going to eat cardboard if that's all I got.
I think my issue comes down to portion control. Like, that's my biggest issue. It's not what I'm eating, it's how much of it. If I would just go for the, small little portion of potatoes, I'd be fine, which I start off with. And then I'm like,
Maybe
oh.
if you cook that way, cook it in portions. Do the foil packs like I do.
Yeah. We'll see, and that's where the other part that comes down to it is I'm cooking for a whole household of people. So,
well, I've got a video on Cat Lady's Kitchen. It's on YouTube. It's my other channel that I share with a friend. And I did foil packs, and you could do absolutely anything with foil packs. They're perfect portion sizes, and everything steam cooks together. You put your herbs, and if you're a witch, you love herbs. You put your herbs and oh my God, the meat comes out so baby but tender. I mean, you can eat it with a spoon.
Yeah, and that's it's portions. And it's exercising. I mean, I have to exercise, and I don't. And it's really stupid because, like, I have my Total Body Gym 1000, which is hilarious because... But the thing about that thing, the reason why I got it is because it's great on my back. I put the thing up as high as it goes because it's got, like, you can adjust the height for the amount of resistance on it. And I put it up as high as it goes, and then I lay on it upside down, and I stretch my back. And it is amazing. Like, there's times when I can't even hardly walk, and I get on that thing, and I just, like, kind of hang there for a little while, and I'm good for days. Like, I mean, it feels amazing. And I can also do sit-ups on it because it's hard for me with my back and with my weight to do sit-ups. And I love to do sit-ups, which is kind of weird. But on that, if I go the other way with my head at the top of the incline and my feet at the bottom, I can just, set it lower to where it's just a little bit of an incline, and it helps me do the sit-ups because I'm not having to go all the way from flat on the floor. And, yeah, it's not like the ideal. I'm not going to have, a washboard stomach from it, but I'm moving. I'm doing something, and I stretch, and I use that to help stretch and stuff, and it helps quite a bit. But, it's hard to get out and walk here. I live in a really bad neighborhood. It's 100 and some odd degrees every day, so it's kind of hard for me to get out and walk and stuff like that. A lot of it is I have no concept of time. I'm really bad when it comes to portion control, and there's no accountability, because Scott, he's like, I don't care if you're 500 pounds or 5 pounds, it doesn't matter to me. Your weight doesn't matter to me. He's supportive regardless.
I'm going to give y'all witchy tip number one. Witchy tip number one came from a doctor who was doing a quilting show. And she had written a book, and she was a quilter. And I was just flipping through the channels. And let me tell you, I lost 98 pounds when I did this, okay? So this is one of the ways I did it. Mm-hmm. She said that for every hour that you sit, and this is a bad thing for people who make their living, Reagan, on the computer, doing gaming and doing all the stuff that you do. So this is a very apropos tip for you especially, but for any of us. For every hour that you sit, your metabolism drops.
Yes.
So you take 10 minutes out of every single hour, and you just get up and you do something. Doesn't have to be outside walking, doesn't have to be any, go pick up some stuff in your living room, throw it in the washing machine, walk to your mailbox, get the mail. Do anything for 10 minutes out of every hour.
Well, and that's what I used
to keep your metabolism up.
And that's what I used to do. I would, do some, couple of stretches, do a little bit of yoga, freaking jumping jacks, anything.
Right.
And when I had my house, I would walk around, and I did really good, because I would constantly get up and go and check on the animals and the kids and do things, and, whatever I had to do, I was constantly moving. Here, the reason why I put on so much weight so quick when I got here is the fact that I have basically an abbreviated version of my entire house in one room. My kids come to me because they're right there in the main house. The only time that I get up and actually walk anywhere is to go to the bathroom or the kitchen.
Right.
It's really frustrating for me because I used to be so into fitness and it used to be such a big deal to me. I have the tools. I've got everything. I know what to do. I know how to do it. The only thing that's falling short for me that's really the issue is accountability, because everybody will go, yeah, I know you're not feeling good. If you don't want to do that today, don't do it. Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's been 6 months since you've gone for a walk. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're fine how you are. They're a little too supportive, and don't worry about losing weight. Don't worry. And that's if I feel that, I don't need somebody to be a drill sergeant, but if I just have people go, so did you, have you avoided the chocolate this week?
Let me tell you, a drill sergeant would not work with me. I would get up, I would beat the shit out of them, and I would go back to bed.
You'd be waving that magic wand at them.
I would gain 200 pounds if I had somebody riding my butt.
The drill sergeant crap ain't gonna work for me. Jillian Michaels, well, she better not be in my reach, because if I can reach her, she's dead. I'm sorry. Yell at me like that, you're dead. I don't care.
And I feel really bad because, like, Gretchen, she's doing the whole Beachbody thing, and she keeps sending me messages, and we were talking about it, and and I can't do that kind of program. Like, that's not for me. Let's be real.
My problem is controlling stress, and if I don't control stress, then I have an autoimmune illness, and so my white blood cells go straight for my thyroid and try to kill it off.
Yeah.
Now, there is a lot of theories behind what an autoimmune illness is, and I'm in danger of developing any other autoimmune illness as well. But I've got that under control because I have now pretty much, I have bouts of stress, but I recognize it and I have ways to combat it. And I've got my life finally, after this last move into this house, when I started buying my house is when I went out of control a little bit because of the stress of buying the house and the stress of, now I'm here, now I had no excuses, I'm getting started again, I'm cooking again, I, am starting to do some light exercise and stuff, and I've noticed my stress level is under control now, and that gives me the ability to lose weight. If I'm stressed out, which the doctor told me, no, you need to get on the treadmill and you need to get on this. I said, no, I gain weight when I get on the treadmill. She looked at me like I was a liar, and I said, no, I finally figured out what the problem was. I see red lights flash in front of my face. I have to compete with red lights. It's like an instant. Now I'm competing against a machine. How can you win against a machine when it's just you? You can't. So I'm trying to get this dial to turn over before that dial, before this dial, and the next thing you know, I am in a match with this machine, and I'm stressed out, and by the end of the week, I'm going to gain 5 pounds.
Yeah.
But I do yoga, and it teaches me mindful presence. She told me I would never lose weight with yoga.
That's not true.
An awful lot of weight.
Well, look at Madonna. She does yoga every day. Look at her body.
Yes, but Madonna never had a weight problem.
No, true.
Yeah, but the thing is, yoga helps me handle stress. If I handle stress, I handle my weight. Because if I handle stress, I handle my stress eating. The other part is you have to find whatever your emotional trigger is and whatever emotion you're stuffing. My mother used to say, I have lost 100 pounds, I've gained 100 pounds, I've lost 100 pounds, I've gained 100 pounds.
That's me.
Every woman who eats generally has to find the reason and the trigger for her eating. Everyone will be different. Most of us have an emotional attachment or a stress to the eating, and everyone will have a different reason for doing that. And that is where shadow work comes in and is involved. We're going into the dark time of the year, the shadow work. Well, I told Spin, I have gotten down to the bottom of my shadow work this round. Don't get me wrong, shadow work never ends, but this round of shadow work has been going on for about 20 years. And I finally last year got to the bottom message of my shadow work. And that message that was planted in my head, when I was just a baby, basically, that it's just me. Everybody else came first over me. But I told Spin this year, I was like, I've known the message now for a year, and I'm not better. I'm still putting other people before me. I'm doing things. I'm getting a little bit better because I'm making a conscious effort. But the message is still ingrained in my brain. So I was like, how do I get that out? So that was my work, is now I'm going back as my spell work. And in my work on the new moon, it was to go back in time and literally retrieve my baby self and give that child the love that it felt that it was denied, or that everybody else was more important, and I am trying to absorb that baby back into me as myself, retrieving my shadow self, and so now I am on a path that I think will help my weight as well too, because that weight comes from that same thing. That's the only thing that I allow myself. When I stress eat, I allow myself to be rewarded for certain behavior and things that I've done for everyone else. That is the only thing that I allow myself. And that's not really caring for myself. That's hurting myself. But it feels like the only reward that I will allow myself to have. I will not buy jewelry. I will not buy other things. I buy junk food when I'm stressed. That is my thing. And so,
see, mine is metabolic, so it's completely different. And there
mhm.
are a lot of people who have metabolic things that hinder their weight loss. So for me, I look at somebody with a regular metabolism, and they're like, "Oh, hey, I lost 10 pounds." I'm like, "Great, I lost
There
2
you go.
pounds this month," and
Yeah.
it was hard to compare myself to other people. But I have to just realize for myself it's metabolic. A lot of my weight is just the fact that my metabolism ticks by at a snail's pace.
Yeah.
So I
I'm
don't know.
Yeah, I've had 4 kids. I'm almost 40. My body is slowing down. I mean, there's no doubt about that. There's no way around it. There's nothing much I can do other than just work that much harder to get it right, you know. And it is irritating to watch other people just pop that weight off, and it's like,
Yeah.
I can't do that. You know what? And I get that first few days, I get that water weight gone, and I'm like, yeah, I lost 15 pounds. Oh, this is amazing. And then when it gets down to where I'm losing 1 pound every 2 weeks or
The
what, I'm just,
plateau.
or I have a really, like, it's really, like, today my air conditioner's not working, so it's hot in here. So I'm puffy. I'm retaining a whole bunch of water. So if I got on the scales right now, I'd probably break down in tears, because I know that I'm probably, I think I was 285 2 days ago. If I got on the scales right now, I'd probably be about 292 because of the amount of water. I could feel it. My feet
And
are kind of tight.
you're 5'8", correct?
Yeah.
And I weighed 282 this morning, and I'm 5'5". So
Hmm.
maybe, since we are so close together, we need to get together on a daily or even an hourly if we're having problems. Because we're so close
I was
to. You're
thinking
not
of just
typing on
starting
anything.
a messenger chat so we can all just talk to each other when we're having a low point, or
Yeah.
when we need some,
That's a good
some good
idea.
feedback,
Sometimes,
or to be
yeah,
accountable.
it's silly things, because sometimes I just need somebody to go, oh my God, you did what? You actually made it all the way around the block and didn't stop for a candy bar?
Yeah.
I have
See,
small
I don't
goals.
have a problem with eating, per se, because I hardly eat anything. I can go 2-3 days without eating,
Then you do have a
and
problem with eating.
Yes.
That is still a problem with eating.
Yeah, it is a
That was
bad
the
problem.
problem that I had, was my caloric intake was so low that
Yep.
I was gaining weight even though I was eating like a bird. Like, I was hardly eating anything. I would have a small little, like, a quarter of a chicken breast. I would have a salad with no salad dressing on it. I would be
Yes,
eating
but
like baby
what that
spinach.
does is put you in starvation mode. And
And
Yes,
starvation
yes.
mode
weight.
means
And
that you
mhm.
will, every ounce of food that you put into your body, it will store it to body fat because it's on a conservative mode.
Yep.
There is a study that was done on thyroid function. A man and a woman start off and they're going to walk for 3 days straight. no food. By the end of the 3 days, the man's metabolism is still working, and he's lost a lot of weight. The woman's metabolism has dropped to a quarter of the function. The biological reason for this is because we have to sustain life, and that is the survival of the fittest. So all you have to do is look at all those starving countries. The women will always be the ones living. They'll look like they're dead, but they're living, and they each have like 2 kids hanging off of each boob, and because they're still sustaining life, because that is the way that it's built into the system for us to always survive as a species.
Well, this
but
is
it
what I'm
doesn't
adding.
know that we have a McDonald's on every corner now, and we're not going to starve.
Well, this is what I'm adding to my diet plan. It's vinegar-based. It's homemade vinegar-based hot sauce. Because vinegar is supposed to really melt the fat off, and I know it works, and it's supposed to help control the blood sugar. And this is the beet beet and vinegar mixture that I made from raw beets.
It's very
See what
dark.
you mean? It does look like blood.
It does. I mean,
Awesome. I want some.
Is that some True Blood? Yeah.
And those are the these were at the Dollar Tree. These labels. It was like
awesome.
Labels. Yeah, and so it's just.
Yeah.
Well, I have somebody helping me with my dietary thing. He's helping me with what I should eat, what I shouldn't eat. He says that because so far I've only given him a week report of what I've been eating, and he says I need to eat more protein. I don't know what that means, but
meat,
eggs, whey,
real cheese, not this cheese food.
Nuts,
real cheese,
dairy. Yes.
Yes.
I don't like meat.
Well, guess what? That's what you're down to now.
Let me tell you, I buy the generic Slim Fast shakes just because as far as protein shakes go, they're cheaper. And I don't use them as a dietary supplement in the way that people do, one for breakfast, one for lunch, and a sensible dinner. No. I use them as a filler so that I'm actually getting what I need as far as protein and the other nutrients go. And they work great because I don't, like I said, I don't look at it as, I'm on a diet and drink. No. Those are just a supplement. It's just something extra to kind of fill in for when I catch myself and I go, oh, wow, I haven't ate in like 8 hours and I don't feel hungry, but I really need something. And I get the chocolate royale, I freeze them, and then I sit there and pick at them for like 45 minutes.
Oh, that's better for you than ice cream.
They're so good frozen. They're so good frozen, and it's like this amazing treat. It's chocolate, it's all those bad things that I want so bad, but it's all the healthy stuff that I need. So, I use those as a filler, and since I've started using those as a filler in between my regular meals, that's how I lost the few pounds that I've lost so far. And like I said, my biggest problem is I have all of the framework there. I know what to do. I know how to do it. It's the accountability. And the thing that triggers me food-wise, and my biggest problem, how I get there and how I start the binge eating and start not paying attention, is isolation. And it's really funny because I am a hermit. I don't have a problem being alone. I enjoy my time by myself. I really am not alone. I've got Scott. I've got the kids. They're usually off doing their own thing. I'm off doing my own thing most of the time. But it's socially, I've isolated myself, and not really intentionally, but if I interact with people, even like I said, even this weekly chat has helped me, just because of the fact that I'm interacting with other people and I don't feel so isolated, I don't have a problem being alone, but I do struggle with the lonelies once in a while, and that it has a big impact on my weight because that's where my stress comes from. I'm a Libra. Libras are very social social butterflies, air sign all over the place. Gotta have people. Gotta have people. We feed off of people.
Yes.
But and that's where I have the problem. Is there's times when I'm just like, I just need to people. I need to talk to people. I need to be around people. I need to interact with people. And I fill that time and that need with food. Well, I don't have anybody to talk to. Well, I'm going to go make myself a grilled cheese. A double grilled cheese.
Yes.
Kind of cheese and some on the outside.
And it's not even real cheese, it's probably Velveeta.
Oh, I'm really good. Here's the thing. I'm really good about using real cheese,
Oh,
but I
are
also
you?
grate
Okay.
some, and I put it on the outside. So it ends up with like triple cheese, and it tastes exactly like a Cheez-It.
And then the cheese is kind of burnt.
And then,
Oh
yeah,
my
and
God.
it tastes just like a Cheez-It, and instead of making one, I'll make 4.
Now you're making me hungry.
I'm making myself hungry,
Talking to a bunch of fat women about something good. I'm like, what are you talking about that? No more.
How do you make those chocolate truffles again?
Damn.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing is, if I made it with the good bread, with the whole grain bread, and I only made myself one, that's still well within my caloric intake. It's well within my fat intake. It's not putting me over the edge, and the calcium and the protein from the dairy is good for me, But it's the fact that instead of making one, I make 4.
Yeah, that would be not good with the calorie content of cheese.
Yeah, that puts me way over the edge, and I.
Well, maybe if you want to make
4
4, give them out. Like, give them to your kids and give them to your person and just give them to other people. Just make 4, but give them away.
Yeah.
My mom used to make fold-over sandwiches, and I never understood what foldovers were. I was like, why do you want to do foldovers? As a kid, I thought it was silly because it's something she made really fast, to do. But I won't lie to y'all, I do pretty good on dieting until it hits that week before Ladies' Week. And then those cravings kick in, and I eat, I think, everything I need to eat for a week in that small 3 days.
I ovulate 2 days after I ovulate. Nothing is safe. Stuff that I would never even consume on a normal day, all of a sudden I will just plow through. I normally wouldn't eat.
Since we actually started this call, I've had a bowl full of Fritos with cheese on it. I had a cheese sandwich. I had half of his macaroni and cheese.
Better watch
out. That's a carb overload.
No, I've had 2 glasses of wine. Thank you.
Yay!
I've been drinking Dr. Pepper.
I'm drinking blood.
I also had a Slim Fast shake earlier. But yeah, I mean, I've gotten better. Like, I make drop cookies. I love making drop cookies, and it's oatmeal, cocoa, and sugar and butter. Like, that's it. That's the 4 ingredients. Oh, and vanilla. Okay? But I used to sneak and make them behind everybody's back and eat the whole batch. And now I've got to the point where I'll make them, and I'll have 1 or 2 cookies and let the kids and everybody else have, throw them out there for everybody instead of just eating them myself.
Or where you make a grilled cheese sandwich, and then while you're making another one for your family, you're eating the first one, but then you don't tell anyone about the first one, right? Because then when you sit down to eat, you still have one, so technically you had 2.
Yeah. Yes.
Has anybody ever literally was ready to kill somebody for eating their Pepperidge Farms cake? Did you eat my last slice of Pepperidge Farms chocolate cake? I'm gonna kill somebody.
Yep. Oh, and we had tacos last night. It was turkey. It was ground turkey and refried beans and real cheese. I mean, there was nothing in there that was really unhealthy until I got done with it, because then I had, 2 of them on flour tortillas with sour cream, Cholula, double the cheese, double the meat. I mean, by the time I get done, I can turn anything healthy into heart attack food. I mean, anything. I mean, because I love food. I love to cook. But everything tastes better with a pound of bacon. I mean,
I get a stroke at
I'm the worst at that sometimes. Me and my family have this thing, we call them heart attack nachos. And heart attack nachos are cheesy Spanish rice, macaroni and cheese, sour cream, guacamole, refried beans, and just like carnitas, all on Doritos. These are heart attack nachos, and we
Oh my
do
god,
this.
sounds so
Oh
good.
my God. Sour
And
cream
they're
and
so
guacamole.
damn
Well, that's
good.
okay. This one over here, right here, that one right there. You know what his favorite food is? His favorite
Hi.
food. His his favorite dish, his signature dish, is shells and cheese and chili. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god, Velveeta shells and cheese and chili. And let me
That's
tell
my
you,
favorite.
If we're gonna support each other in losing weight, why are we talking? This is like bad.
The
cheating.
conversation just spiraled into I don't know what.
Oh my
but
God.
it's once again, and the thing is, and you know, I know this, and I know this from personal experience and from talking with my doctor and everything. Shells and cheese and chili is fine. You know, you get the chili with beans instead of using the Velveeta shells and cheese. You use real cheese.
Right.
You know, there's certain limits I won't cross. I won't do whole wheat pasta. I'm sorry, but instead of getting, you know, a bucket full of it, if I just had a small bowl, you know, I mean, you can eat anything in moderation, and you know, I mean, that's the thing. If I would just learn to invite like 30 people to my house every time I had a meal, and divide what I normally cook for myself up into proper portions and feed everybody, I'd be fine. That's my downfall. There's not
Okay, well,
enough
you've
people.
got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 of us you can invite.
We're right there.
We're getting there.
But you better have 4 buckets.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You know, I mean, it's really bad when you look and you realize. I mean, I joke around about it, but it is really bad that, I mean, I practically could just put a strap. You know, I just need a food bag, like a feed bag. I mean, I'm about this far away from a feed bag with a strap. But admitting that out loud does help. You know, 'cause it's like,
My weakness is chocolate, okay? And I'm so particular on my chocolate. It can't be like this, like the diet chocolate or like the kind of stuff that like a Boost or Slim Fast tastes like, because that does not taste like real chocolate. It tastes to me like can, and I can't have that kind of chocolate. I need like your C's Candy or Godiva or like this the milk chocolatey chocolate. So I thought I would be smart. I thought I would be smart, and I thought I would make some vegan chocolate. So I got some coconut oil. I got some coconut oil and some cocoa, and there's a couple other things that went in there I can't remember offhand. And I decided, well, since my coconut oil was already liquefied, I didn't need to melt it down. I tried it, and you know, if I had just melted that coconut oil and did it properly, it would have passed my standards. It would. So I threw some flaxseed and a tiny little bit of salt, so it tasted like a chocolate-covered pretzel. And it did the trick. It really did. And because it's kind of a little bit not set right because of the oil consistency, I have to eat it slowly. So if I want chocolate, I get to go and get a little tiny piece of it because that's all I can stand, but it does the trick.
yeah.
You should do a video on that.
I know. Yeah.
Well, I have to say that because of where I work and what I do for a living, I deal with health and health food supplements and all of that stuff is my living and have done so for 19 years. Well, they came out with powdered peanut butter. The powdered peanut butter powdered peanut butter is so that you can have the peanut butter without the fat, and you can add it to anything. Like you can add it to protein pancakes, you can add it to protein shakes, you can add all this stuff, and you're just getting the flavor of the peanuts, and you're getting just the protein from it, not the fat.
Yeah.
Well, so I brought it home because, of course, you know, I'm going to use this. Yeah, right. So I take it, and I'm craving something sweet, and I don't have anything sweet because I have all the health food stuff in the house, and I'm like, this is not doing it for me. So I get a bowl, and I put a couple of tablespoons of that powdered peanut butter in a bowl, put a little bit of coconut oil in there. Healthy, right? Good for your thyroid. Okay, so I put that in there, and then I put a little bit of powdered sugar in there, and it tastes like the inside of a Reese's peanut butter cup. So there you go. You're not the only one that can make something
healthy into something not healthy.
You need to do this, the healthy junk food stuff.
I'm
telling you, I got these chocolates in my freezer because they're not setting right because of the oil. But they taste pretty damn good. And I can just go in there and scoop a little fingerful on, and then I'm all done. I'm good. I have my chocolate fix and I still have candy.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you that inside of that thing, if I just had added they have chocolate powdered peanut butter too, but I've done that with a little bit of that powdered sugar, and I'm telling you, it was just a little, it wasn't even, it was probably 1/4 of a teaspoon of powdered sugar. It did not take much of the sugar, so there was very little of that. And it just took about less than a teaspoon of the coconut oil. And when I mixed that in, it was like the inside of a Reese's peanut butter cup. That was friggin' awesome, and it was not the calories of a Reese's peanut butter cup. Get the chocolate one next time, and we've got Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm telling you. Good.
Yeah.
Powdered peanut butter, huh?
Powdered peanut butter, honey, with coconut oil and a little bit of powdered sugar.
That sounds good.
And I guess you could probably put stevia and stuff like that. I just used powdered sugar because that's what I had, and I thought it would be less damaging.
Well, if you're not putting that much, I mean, I found for me personally, I have an easier time with just regular old cane sugar than I do with any other sweeteners. I don't do artificial sweeteners; they make me horribly, violently ill, or they put me to sleep. And I don't do corn syrup unless, it's just something that I just can't avoid. But, I found that if I stick to cane sugar, it makes all the difference in the world.
Well, let me tell you, we also have these Quest bars that we sell, and they have a lemon pie Quest bar, and now on the back of every package, you can make recipes out of these Quest bars. They're about 20 to 25 grams of protein, and they have 17 to 20 grams of fiber is what these bars are. And they have recipes that you make all kinds of crap with these bars. Like you can take chocolate chip cookie dough and you can actually slice it up and bake it as a little cookie so it'd be crisp when you eat it, hot and crisp. Cool. Or you can do the chocolate brownie and you can put it in like a muffin tin, and then you can put crumble up part of their fake fake Reese's peanut butter cup, which is by Quest as well. You crumble that on top, and you mix it, and you make these. You bake it in the oven, and you make all kinds of these little protein bite desserts. Yeah. Well, I looked at the back of the lemon pie one the other day, and it was lemon coconut shortbread cookies, and I'm like, oh, hell yes, I'm gonna make that.
Yes.
Like,
I was collecting the little back of them.
Yeah, I'm like, I am definitely making that.
Yes.
Yeah. So Reagan, I think we're gonna have to be sisters for accountability.
Yes.
And as I say that, I ate like half a protein bar.
Well, you know what I did? I have the, what is it? It's the MyFitnessPal app.
Oh, I did too. I have that too.
I was doing really good for a while. I have to add you guys as friends on there. I was doing really good for a while. I was keeping track of everything I was eating, and things were going really great. But once again, it's like for my own personal, and who cares? But if I if I have to admit that to other people, then it's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have had, seconds, thirds, fourths.
Is that the one where you can put in your recipes and it counts your calories for you and all that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I think you could get it on a regular computer too, and I think I did that for a little while, but it just took up so much of my time, and I realized I was so focused on food.
If you do it,
then I was like, damn, I'm hungry.
Well, if you do it passively, you know what I mean? Like that was when it used to work for me. I would do it. The reason why I started using it in the first place was to keep track of my my sugar intake, because I was just off the charts with the amount of sugar I was taking in, and I knew it, but I didn't know how bad it was. And then to actually see that number, I was like, oh my God, that's embarrassing. I need to stop.
Yeah. What else? What else helps? I think we have a World's Market here. And they have like cute little plates, like little decorative plates that maybe aren't great for eating on, but what I did is I went and got smaller versions of plate, and they're actually like, they don't look anything of my sets. It's completely different. You can tell it's mine. It's much smaller. I even got their little like smaller utensils and chopsticks, because I went through this phase where I thought if I can't pick it up with a chopstick, I probably don't need to eat it. But that didn't last very long.
Try it.
Chopsticks.
Oh yes, chopstick diet.
I can eat Jello with chopsticks, okay? Yeah, I have stainless steel chopsticks. But yeah, it does, and that is also something that works really well too. Because I used to have these big, huge, beautiful dinner plates. But the problem is I would put normal sized servings on it, and here you've got this big empty plate, and then I would eat, and I'd be like, but I'm still hungry, you know. So I found that saucers work great. I use saucers as dinner plates. That helps a lot. You know, like I said, I have all the tools. I know what works. It's just putting it all together, actually doing it, stopping the whole sitting around feeling sorry for myself crap that I do. And just like last week I was talking with Toya and Sasha about, you know, getting myself together. And I actually sat down. I got everything written out, and I have my schedule, and now that I'm back in the shed, I will be working on a regular basis, which will also help as well. But, yeah, you know.
Keep accountable for that.
Huh?
Now, how do we keep you accountable for that?
We'll know if she's put up a video or not.
Yeah, you'll know whether or not I'm working. It's like, where's her videos? Oh, guess what? Oh, guys, that reminds me also. I went on iTunes and I applied for my, the thing. Yeah, that thing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I have for the affiliate program for iTunes, so I have that now, so I can actually do podcasts and monetize them. And I created my Pagan Maybe channel. Yep, I did it.
You mean could it be pagans?
The satirical channel that I plan on doing that's going to offend everybody, hopefully.
Well, offending people does make a lot of followers.
Yes.
Focus on some other things.
Generally, I can offend people and not even try, so it doesn't matter.
Well, because I
You have the license to be offensive, ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, all you have to be is a witch, you know. That's pretty much all you have to be. You're going to offend somebody.
Yeah, I always offend, you know, somebody. It doesn't matter what I'm just getting up in the morning is offensive.
You know,
apparently.
I'm sorry, people are going to be offended no matter what you do. There was a video, I had to laugh my ass off at this, and I'm sure y'all probably saw it, where this guy had this little fake fart machine in his pocket, and he was going through Walmart farting on people, and that one woman got so mad at him, she was going to sue him and everything, and I was laughing my butt off, and I thought, how ridiculous is that? I have IBS. There's an occasion, and I try to make, you know, you stand there, one just kind of slips out, and you're trying to make it look like it was your shoe.
And don't you know,
it was my chair.
Don't you know the rule? It's fart and make a friend. I don't have a gallbladder, so I have really bad IBS. Everything I eat upsets my stomach.
It wouldn't blow free.
Yeah, you know, I can be. My mom. This is one of the times when her and I were actually getting along really well. And we were out shopping, and we're in Walmart, and there's nobody. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, we live in a 24-hour town. It's 24-hour everything. We're as far away from people as we can possibly get, and I like scoot down an aisle like we're walking, and I go, hold on a minute. I walked halfway down the aisle, ripped one, walked away, walked back to her, and this guy comes dashing around the corner, like he just runs right to where I had just cut one, and he's and I'm like, oh, look at that! I said we should print T-shirts, fart and make a fart.
I like to, if it slips, I like to look at the person next to me and look at them like they did it. Like,
I don't know.
Thank you.
I always someone's somebody must have put meat down here or something's going rotten.
Your cat needs to go to the vet. If that noise is coming out of that cat, there's something wrong.
Well, whose cat? Tippy's quiet.
They always blame the cat.
Oh! Actually, Willie does cut the cheese every once in a while. They're silent, but...
Well, at least...
So that's what my mother's been doing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dogs can clear the whole house.
Kitchen people, cuts one and says doorbell.
We always, the kids and like, it's a running joke. We all blame somebody else. Oh, I can't believe you did that. Or blame the cat. Oh, he's sick. I think he needs to go to the vet. Oh, how did you make that smell live? You know, I mean, we joke about it openly. I don't, you know. The house where I was house sitting.
I am not amused.
Oh.
I am not amused.
The dog over there. I mean, he's like an 80-pound pit bull, and he's laying on the couch, and he passed gas, and he looked at his butt. Oh, we died. That time it was actually me. Oh yeah.
We entertain each other. That's what matters.
That's the problem. We're not fat. We're just full of gas.
Yes, I'm just full of honey.
Oh, I gotta be careful.
We are stars. No, technically.
Then I'm a big balloon.
Well, we have 2 viewers now. Our Haven 50 has joined us, and she said she loves this topic. So I just thought I would tell you.
That's not a fart. That's a fairy kiss.
Well,
I don't normally get kisses there.
I'm not Brownie now. I'm gonna blame everything on him. So whatever happened, Brownie did it. Damn it, that damn Brownie.
That's right.
Oh,
Oh Lord have mercy.
Oh, by the way, I guess sometime next week I'm gonna try to get up to Stone Church. If y'all seen the one video I did up in that graveyard, I really can't wait to go show Stone Church. Stone Church is one of the oldest churches and graveyards out in the sticks. I mean, there's absolutely nothing around it. It's all in the woods.
Oh, wow.
And it's said to be one of southeastern Ohio's top 10 most haunted graveyards. We're going to actually try to see if we can't reach somebody.
Are you turning this witchy again?
Other people.
Talking about topics now. What's going on here?
I have no idea. But I just wanted to put that out there. We're gonna probably next week gonna do that. She's got a homemade what does she call it? It's like a Ouija board.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Toy brought up something really good to me. We were talking about circles and what we want to let in our circle.
Mm-hmm.
I've been talking about Aleister Crowley and his aspect of that triangle. What was it?
The triangle outside the circle that you keep the things you do not want in your circle to come in.
So you still get to like
the cone.
Well, you take it's ceremonial magic, and what he would do is he would have his circle, but outside the circle was a small circle that had a triangle in it, and he would conjure spirits that he did not want intermingling inside the circle, where he needed to orchestrate a level of control, because they were not necessarily friendly, or where he didn't know what to expect from this spirit. He would conjure them into the triangle outside the circle. It's a circle that's connected to circle, but it has a triangle in it, and it holds spirit that you can communicate, you can do all of that with it, but it's outside your circle. It's not inside with you, where it can actually get you, attack you, or do any malevolent stuff that you don't want it to do. The way of controlling your situation.
Sasha, is that
That's what she's showing, yeah. She's showing the diagram.
That's pretty cool. Did you make that?
No, I'm not that creative. This is actually from one of the books.
Yeah, that's an Aleister Crowley type.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your at the top? There's the
anything that you are not sure of or that you want to communicate with. He conjured a bunch of demons or what, They called them demons back in that day. I'm not even sure they were all demons, but he was conjuring spirits that weren't necessarily cooperative. And he was trying to exercise to see how much control and power he had to control these stronger and stronger entities. And he kept them contained in that triangle outside the circle as his way of being able to communicate but not have them inside the circle with him. So that the circle is there for protection. And you can
I'm going to look that up after this and Google it. Google, who loves Google?
Oh,
everybody.
Yes.
So it's kind of like the it's kind of like when you don't want somebody in your house, so you meet them in a public place. That's what that little triangle is. It's your public place. It's your safety spot.
Oh, okay.
Like on my dates.
It makes me think of the this is terrible, but one time I happened to have accidentally become incarcerated. It's a long story. But they took me through the tunnel.
I accidentally did that. I love that.
The county courthouse and the city jail. There's actually a tunnel. The old city jail. There's a tunnel that runs between the two, and I got to go through the tunnel, which it was worth it just to get to go through the tunnel. But right behind,
that's your story, and you're sticking to it.
Yes. So you go through this doorway that's just past the judge's chambers, and to the right of the door is a little old school barred little like 5x5 cell. And this is where they would put the lawyers and stuff in when they would be found, like they would get out unruly or be found in contempt of court. They would put them in there for like 2-hour stints. Yes, as a little cooling off spot.
Time out.
This reminds me of is just a little holding spot for, you know, just sit here for a minute. I know where you are. I can keep track of you, and you're not interfering, you know?
Right. Well, I have never really dabbled with necromancy like that. I've always believed that once at rest, leave them at rest. But from what I understand, if there's already spirits walking around there, they're not at rest. So that's, you know, why not? And of course, you know, who I'm going with has done this kind of thing before. So I'm just been kind of going with my intuition. I'm kind of like, well, why not? You know, I'm not sure exactly what kind of ghosts are supposed to be up there. So.
You'll find out.
I used to.
They'll want something from you, and then they'll hunt you until you find their murderer. By dabbling things you don't want, like
yes, they'll say, "Avenge my death."
And dead.
I find this it's a little off topic, but I find that America, the States, has more history than my country. And as you don't know, Blue, I'm from Canada. I find that, but this could also be that growing up in schools, I learned more. They taught us more of American history than they did Canadian history. Which I personally, no offense to your country, but I find that's wrong.
Okay, so
America's taking over the world.
Doesn't have any candles, any tissue paper, and now they have no history.
Oh, Toy! Toy, guess what? I got something to show you.
Is it that boring in Canada?
Oh, did you get your?
Look!
Candles!
I thought you were hot dogs there for a minute.
Right.
My camera's off.
She must have hijacked a Catholic that had all the candles hoarded over there.
I had to order from Alberta.
Wow. Well, but Alberta's still in Canada, and they do have candles. There you go.
And they came with tissue paper.
That's right.
Two birds, one stone. That's how we like it.
You're like, don't send it with packing peanuts. Send it with tissue paper.
Yeah.
I can't ride on packing peanuts.
Okay, I'm confused. How come there's no tissue paper there?
Canadians don't like to party. They don't give gifts and they don't like to party, so there's no tissue.
And they don't.
Hey, no. Get that right, Sasha. We love to party.
Well,
We love to party.
if there's alcohol, you should have a history. Just like, you know, I mean, that's why we have a history. Cause,
No, the joke is going is because when I was on one of the chats with one of the Wednesday chats, I was mentioning that I couldn't find any candles to do a spell, and I couldn't find any tissue paper to wrap up any gifts. Like I would go to Walmart, I would go to the dollar store, I would go to Giant Tiger, which is kind of like an all store, but smaller than Walmart. Strictly Canadian, and I couldn't find any candles or anything. The only candles that I could find were if I were to leave my town and drive 45 minutes to an hour away.
To find a candle, a simple candle. I said, they don't have emergencies in Canada like a snowstorm where you need a candle? Nothing. They had nothing.
I have a problem finding black candles in my area, and really a lot of places were really expensive. So I use my little tea candles for most of my spell work.
Oh,
and I use markers. I use
Blue.
Sharper markers. Yeah.
Go to dragonmoon.ca, I think it is. I'll message me and I'll email you the link. It's a Canadian store, but they deliver to the States and they have black candles.
Oh, I can get black I make them now.
Oh, okay.
It's awesome candle making video.
Really, it's about our intent. And so, if a white candle is a do-all candle, but you know, when it's about intent, I'll use the Sharpie markers, and they work just fine. You know, for me, in a pinch, you know, I mean, there are times when, you know, because I live out in the country, I can't get into town or whatever, and it's easy. I save all my colored candle wax, I put it together, I melt it down, I put some black crayons in there, voila, works fine.
Well, let me tell you,
I watched the video.
Black candles, and let me tell you, my favorite is the Witchy Shop down the way, because we've got, you know, the Mexican Witchy Shops, and my black dick candles, I've got a hoard load of them in there just for those men that piss me off. Just
there you go.
There, I got them.
I would love to have a candle
here in
Corpus.
We've got this amazing little shop here, and they've got any kind of candle you could possibly think of. It's a little Hispanic shop, and you can get penis candles there of any color. You can get the couples candles. They've got any color. They also sell like the tall glass candles in every color. They sell like pre-made spell candles and stuff too. Incense. They've got loose stick cone. Any kind of herb or anything, and it's so funny because they're right next door to Bell Book and Candle. Bell Book and Candle has been here since the late '60s, early '70s, I believe. But that store is not. It's not even worth going into anymore. The energy is not right there. A lot of people complain. I don't even know how it's technically still open. But
I'd like to get some molds. I'll tell you why. Because when I started making, and all I do is I make these little Dixie cup candles. They're so cheap and easy to make. But I feel like I'm putting so much more into it as I'm making them.
Exactly.
You know, and not only that, it just I feel like they work better from my spells.
Well, let me tell you, there can't be
I have a question.
anything that works more than when you got that black dip candle on a full moon in September with a bottle of wine and a pissed off woman, and I got a little cuticle carver, and I'm carving that shit up, and let me tell you, I've been sex since 2013. There you go.
I have a question.
Okay.
I watched a video the other day about candle magic, and it was the first time I've ever seen a dual candle. I've never heard of one before. Now, has anybody ever used a dual candle in their craft?
Where it has a wick on both sides.
No, where the top is, like, say, white and the bottom's black, or the top is black and the bottom's white.
Yeah. And they also have the candles that have wicks on both sides, too.
Yeah, I've used one of those.
Yeah.
Now, how do you use that she explained how you use the dual candle, but how would you use the one that has the wick on both sides? I don't understand how you would use one of those.
I like Eva Maria's.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? It depends on what you're.
How do you hold it, or how do you even place it?
Well, I like Eva Maria's video for that because what she does is she cuts like a little notch in the middle, and then she sets it on like flat, so it just burns it and then it meets in the middle, and then it meets on your candle holder, so you're fine. But it's basically
those are great for bringing together things too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or if you want to brand something while bringing something to you, you would use something like that.
There's a spider.
Yeah, it's got a specific purpose. I have a 3-wick candle that I'm using right now on my Saint Germain altar, and it is power, wisdom, and love. And that is what I light, and that's what I say each time I light the 3 wicks. Power, wisdom, love. So you have an intent for both sides is representing something. So it is about cooperation, or coming together. And so that was when you would use that dual candle.
I feel like any candle you use, the more you handle it before, the more you handle it, the more you're thinking about your intent even before you light that candle. And then the more you do to it, like, rubbing the oil on it, carving names in it, or symbols. Yeah.
Spider. Hold on, I'll show you. Let's see if you can see it.
Okay.
Wait, I think it's too dark.
What is today's date?
The 19th.
Nope, there you go. Oh,
When's the full moon?
I can't show
Full moon was already. Full moon is going to be a supermoon in Pisces on the 29th of August.
Yay!
What does a supermoon mean?
Means that it's larger and
Regan
closer to the Earth and a little more strong and powerful, and it is going to be conjunct Neptune, so it is a time of dreams and spirituality, connecting with the other side. Neptune doesn't have anything going on right now. It is in its own sign, Pisces, and so it is the strongest planet out there. And that's why it can be of dreams, illusions, spirituality. That's why a lot of people are having
crazy dreams.
Crazy dreams.
Love that blouse.
You're having. You're also getting in touch with things that you need to work on, stuff like that, because that's also a shadow side coming out, needing to be dealt with. But it has also got Jupiter opposing it, which expands it and makes the energy even larger. So it is an amazing time to do any kind of work right now. New moon was a fantastic time to get things started, and now the supermoon is going to be another really fantastic time to kick off all this dark time of the year coming through.
So I started a spell a few days ago, and it's not, well, it's for me, but it's not for me. It's basically for my 2 friends who are trying to find a job, and I've asked a couple people because I think I did it wrong. I don't understand how you put intent into a spell. I don't, because when I was doing the spell, I felt dead inside.
You have to focus. You have to hold on to it. Think about it. Put some passion. Put your heart into it, and just, I really, really, really want this. I really want this.
Okay, this is the best way that I can describe it, because anger is something that comes easily to a lot of people. You know how when you're really, really, really pissed off at somebody or something.
When I was carving that black candle, I was really, 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 really pissed off.
It's whatever feeling that you conjure it for that candle. You put it there in that candle. Like, you will find a job. You will, make X amount of money. You will do this, and that's putting your intent into that candle. You're telling it this is your specific purpose. So when you burn, this is the purpose that you are igniting, and that's how you
believe, and then you have to believe it too. You have to know that it's going to happen.
And even saying, negative things to, like, oh, I don't think it works, or I didn't do it right, that's hindering your spell. Like, go back and watch.
There's no wrong way. There's no wrong way to do a spell. Only your way.
Here's your mantra for the week. There is, yeah, it's all right. I'm not doing it wrong. What is it? Wait, hold on. I just had a thought in my head.
There you go.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. There is no wrong way. There is no wrong way, because there is no wrong way. I mean,
That's
as
right.
long as you visualize the intent, there is no wrong way. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm freaking out because there's a big old jumping spider on my desk, and we lost it.
Oh, damn. Kill that sucker, put it in a jar, make you some,
One thing
what's that thing called?
Don't kill it.
Oil.
Save it and put it inside.
I can't find
Oh,
it.
no, you can
kill it and put it in a spell.
use it. That's oil. Thank him for his life.
Your oil.
One thing I think
That's
you
it.
need
That's
to
it.
keep,
Thank you.
you gotta
Boil,
keep it.
boil, toil and trouble.
You can't just sometimes do a spell. Like, you can't just sit down and do a spell for a friend when you have no, like, feeling towards it, or you know, no planning out, or it's just something someone asked you to do, you know? Sometimes I'll think, okay, well, it's a great time to do a spell, but it's not really because I don't feel like doing a spell.
Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to tear my desk apart.
You're a witch. Why are you afraid of spiders?
I don't like them either, and I don't like snakes, but by golly, my fear of dead snakes is almost gone now. I actually picked one up and put it in a jar after I dehydrated
Keep
it.
them. Keep them. Keep
It
the
was just already
skins.
getting
Keep it out.
my jar.
I don't mind
Yes.
spiders or bugs. The only what really irks, what it really are earwigs. I hate earwigs.
I actually feel kind of close to spiders now. Back in 2012, summer of 2012, I was bit by a brown recluse spider on the foot and could have lost my foot as a result. Let me talk about pain now. That was painful. And
What kind of spider was it? Sorry, Blue?
Stop it.
It was
No,
a brown
you're wrong.
recluse. They're highly venomous. They're very poisonous.
Oh.
And yeah, I could have lost my foot over it. And so now I feel kind of drawn to spiders. I still don't like them if they're running around, but I don't feel as afraid as I used to, if that makes sense. I still don't like them very much, but I like them. I know that doesn't make sense. Don't ask me why. I just like them, but I don't.
You like them, you just don't like being bitten by them.
Exactly. Well,
You know what I
don't
love?
like
I love bats.
Especially
Bats?
poisonous ones. Yes, we don't
Yeah,
want to be
poisonous
bitten by a poisonous spider.
Bats eat bugs.
Yep. Yeah, they do.
I remember I was in a helping out in a daycare. And it was an old building, and it was like an old school. And they said this woman came up, one of the daycare workers came up screaming from the basement. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And she's like, there's a bat down there. Give me a baseball bat so I can kill it. I'm like, you're not going to kill a bat. They're the ones that eat mosquitoes and flies and, you know, get rid of pesticides. Yes, I understand that it's in the school and you don't want it in the school, but just give me a net and I'll take it outside. And that's what I did. I took it outside. And I set it underneath a tree and it flew away.
Let me tell you the story of the flying potato.
Oh, yay!
My grandfather and I used to go into the old town of Victoria, Texas.
I was born there.
And he lived on North Vine Street, and down North Vine Street was this old cemetery. And we would go down the road in between it, and we would go to the park where the Guadalupe River winds around Victoria, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And this park had these old trees with the grapevines that were so large that they became swings for the kids and stuff like that. And he would just take me to that park, and he would just sit there, smoke his cigarettes, drink his Coke or tea, and we would just sit because he just loved to be in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got back in the car and we were going back home because we were going to go get some fresh chicken that he had also raised in his backyard and made. And then we were going to come back and we were going to barbecue chicken in the park with my grandmother. And when we were coming home, we were down by the cemetery. And all of a sudden, what looked like a giant flying potato went across the road and landed in the field across the way with a bunch of sheep in it. And I was like, Grandpa, look, it's a flying potato, it's a flying potato. He stopped the car and he never said a word. He just got out, got in the back of his car, and he got his red rags, because he always had red rags, because, you know, that's just what you do. And he had this old Coke case bottle. It's where it was a wooden pallet case that Cokes would be in. And he grabbed that. And we went into the field. We crossed the barbed wire fence, and we went into this field, and he walked straight to it. And when we got up to it, it was a bat, a mother bat that was loaded down with baby bats.
Wow.
And he picked it up, and he put it in the Coca-Cola case, and he put the red rags on top of it to make her feel safe because it was dark. And he carried it back, put it in the trunk of the car. We drove back to the house, and he opened it up, and he set the Coke case out into the rock driveway. It was a rock driveway. I love Victoria, Texas. And he just set it out there, and he just said, no, you just sit over here and wait and watch. And then pretty soon, she kind of revived. And then she got up and she flew away again. So it was my day in the park with my grandpa and the flying potato.
What can be better than a day with a potato?
That's right, flying potato.
That's awesome. No, my reason for tearing my desk completely apart, I was sitting here and this little jumping spider came dropping down from the ceiling, and normally they don't bother me, but these jumping spiders, like, they jump really like a lot, and I ate one time, so I really
protein. There's another source of protein.
That's protein.
I was sitting, we were at the park, and I was sitting on playground equipment, and this only happened like 2 years ago. We were sitting on playground equipment, and I was sitting there laughing about something. All of a sudden, something like landed on my mouth, and I and I pulled spider parts out of my mouth. Yeah, so I have a really big problem with these particular spiders. Normally, I have picked up a brown recluse and moved it. Like, I'm not really afraid of spiders and bugs. The only bugs that really bother me are roaches, but they jump. Like, they jump violently at you. They freak me out. I don't even know if they bite or not. I have no idea. All I know is they jump, and it's scary. I just don't want to eat the damn thing.
I was told by somebody that spiders don't bite, and I'm like, really? And I said, what do you call all these little bites on my butt?
Certain ones, certain ones don't bite. Most spiders do bite.
Daddy long legs don't bite.
No, yeah.
Well, daddy long legs are said to be the most poisonous spiders ever, only their mouths aren't big enough to bite.
Exactly.
And if they could bite, boy, they'd be very deadly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So daddy long legs crushed up into your thing, and your spider oil would be a very potent oil, just saying.
Yes, it would become.
But you didn't hear it from me. I didn't say it.
I didn't know they were poisonous.
Oh, they're very venomous. They can be, but they can't bite. Their mouths don't open big enough.
They can't bite people because their mouths are big enough, but they're deadly to the insects that they eat.
They tear up a fly.
Well, if they don't, but if their mouths, I know this is going to sound stupid, and you probably don't know, but how can they eat an insect and not bite a human?
Well, an insect's skin is thinner.
And smaller.
Yeah, that's a weird question, but I guess
they they can bite and eat insects that are small. They're great for like eating like little gnats or fleas. But to bite a human, their mouth, the way it's formed, and their fangs, I guess, go inwards.
Yeah,
Where
some
others, they have to, other spiders' bites, their fangs are outwards. Theirs are inwards.
Yeah.
Will they bite an animal? Will they bite like a cat or a dog?
No,
they can't bite them either.
That's good.
I did not know daddy long legs were poisonous. We used to always kill the spiders, but leave the daddy long legs because they couldn't do us any harm.
Well, the cool thing about
oh yeah, no.
They're not a harm to humans, and they do get rid of a lot of the other, insects and stuff. So they're not too bad. I don't kill them. We have black widows like crazy out here, though. They're everywhere, and they'll challenge you. I've never seen a spider that's. Yeah, the house I moved out of, there was one that was on the porch that had taken up residence underneath the bench I had out front, and I went to sweep it out and get all the, I was just going to move it because, there's no reason to kill it, it's outside, but I just didn't want it on my porch because I sat out there to smoke when I was still smoking. Oh, I quit smoking, by the way. Anyway, so I take the broom and I get it out, I sweep across and I get all the cobwebs, the spider webs, and the spider's on the broom, and it comes running up the broom handle with its legs at me. I threw the broom, screamed, and it still was running across the ground in my direction.
And
I
people don't think witches' brooms can fly.
I just about got on that thing and rode off into the sunset. That damn spider scared me so bad. But, yeah, no, out here we got some violent insects between those and the scorpions and the brown recluse, and no. I shouldn't be so hard on this poor little jumping spider.
I don't think we have any poisonous spiders. I'm sure we do have poisonous spiders other than the daddy long legs, but I swear I've seen a black widow before, but I'd have to look at the picture again to see if it was a black widow or not, because I don't know when it was. It was back in the early 2000s. I think it was Canada, the East Quebec, I think it was. Somebody brought over a crate from another country, and there was these really poisonous spiders in there where they would, if they bite you, you die within minutes. And one person was going to the bathroom, and it was in the news. He lifted up the toilet seat, and the spider was underneath the toilet seat. So every time I go to a different house or go to a public restroom, I always lift up the toilet seat to check the...
Yeah.
There's
last...
Miss Moon.
I'm Miss Moon.
No, honey, it's never too late to join our call. We talk about everything, anything, for a long time.
And lavender oil is...
Are these poor viewers still watching us?
Yeah, we have 2 viewers, but this was the 3rd viewer, too. She sneaked in on us.
I'm actually watching as well on my phone so that I can see the chat, so I'm one of the viewers. See.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they say that lavender oil and what is it, peppermint? I don't know if it's peppermint.
Mints, all the mints are good.
Yeah, are wonderful for keeping spiders at bay. I usually douse everything in anything to keep bugs off me.
Mothballs too.
Yeah. I'm sitting here now and I can't even look at the monitor because I'm like, I know he's here.
He's watching you with the eyes.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Waiting to jump right into your mouth.
I'm gonna get caught up in talking and not pay attention, then all of a sudden you're just gonna see me go flying backward up over the chair and through the wall.
And come out with spider parts in your mouth. Okay.
Flat.
Well, the poor little spider's thinking, this is a witchy conversation. I should be a part of this.
Yeah.
And he went through all the trouble to join us. He ascended all the way from the ceiling, and I mean, he took a big leap of faith to come join me, and here I am trying to squish the poor little guy. I kind of feel bad.
And he's a little guy. Have you seen some of the pictures of those spiders that they have to deal with in the where is it, over in the Middle East there? Where
like the camel spiders, those things are insane.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I look at those and I'm thinking, that looks like a crab dinner walking around. Like, that's insane. Imagine the protein value of those things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would die.
So is
Not
anyone
so
excited?
much. No, I'm not going to eat no spiders.
I feel autumn in the air, and I was watching Simply Gabrielle's video, and she was talking about the same thing. And I didn't get a chance to really comment on her video, but I feel it too. Like over here, the temperature is slowly starting to drop, and I mean slowly.
Mm-hmm.
But
Must be
I
nice.
love it.
It's only a month away, really. Only a month and a half away or so that autumn will be here.
Sowing.
Up
We
here,
love
the
sowing.
temperature is rising and rising and rising.
It's
Well,
still
technically, August 1st has already come and gone, so we're already really into the dark time of the year.
Yep.
The sun is starting to wane. The days are getting shorter, even though it doesn't quite feel like it yet in South Texas, but it's getting there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I just put new candles on my altar for the dark time of the year. I just got my new that going. So yeah, I'm fixing to pull out my candle that I use to represent the dark. I put it in I have a green bowl that I use as a cauldron that I put the black candle in the center of it with water representing the fertility of the goddess's womb, but with the black candle in it. So I am fixing to strike that soon. So.
Does
Does
anyone
anybody know where I can buy pillar candles?
Well, no, because you live in Canada and they just have an aversion to friggin' candles.
There's a store that I really like called Bayou Witch Incense, and I've ordered from them once already, and I love them. They do free shipping, and they will. I think they ship to Canada. But their candles are very cheap, and they burn really well. I like them.
I kind of like supporting other witches, so I would check out some Etsy
You got
shops
something
too.
to say, Miss Mystic?
I just want to make sure you can see me. I
Yes.
can hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see
If
half
you got
of
something
you.
to say, just jump right in.
No, just my screen keeps messing up, so I don't know what's going on.
Ah,
Yeah,
I
we
can
can
hear.
we see your pretty face.
Yep, we can see you. Yay!
Sorry, Sasha, what was the name of that
It's called
Place again?
Bayou Witch Incense.
Bayou?
And then-
Bayou?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other place is I think it's Salem's Magic Shop. They also do free shipping, but I think there is a minimum order. And they also have a wide selection of candles.
Yeah, but it's probably free shipping only in the States, though.
I don't know. You'd have to look. I know one of them just does free shipping, but their
Yeah,
shipping
probably in
is
the States, though. Because a lot of, I find websites that are American are free shipping to the States, or especially on Etsy, there'd be a candle I want, and it'll say only ships to America.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, that sucks.
Well, do you know somebody that you can just walk across into America, grab your candle, and walk back into Canada? Have them ship it to them and just go pick it up.
Like a relay race, or a torch passing.
I'll do a triathlon.
How close are you to the border?
I am about 4 hours.
Oh, I was going to suggest maybe getting a post office box, but I don't know if you'd be allowed or not.
It's a bit of a piece, yeah.
Well, I'm 3 hours to Ottawa, and I think there's another hour from Ottawa to the New York border.
Stop it.
As soon as the weather cools down, I'm sending you some candles, okay? I can't ship candles right now. If I put them in the mail, they're not going to make it because the
They're
whole
already melted all over the place.
they'd melt
You'll
out.
get wax. You'll get melted different colors.
And all I make is Dixie cup candles, and I didn't even make very many of them. I'm going to try to make some pillars before long.
I just found me some candles for my ancestor altar for Samhain, since it's coming up, and this is from Hobby Lobby.
Oh my gosh, that's cute!
It's a votive.
Aww.
The votive is black. The squirrel is on top. And my same grandfather that had the flying potato that we went with, he used to sit outside under his pecan tree in his backyard, and he tamed a squirrel, a wild squirrel, that would come and sit on his shoulder, and then that squirrel started going everywhere with him. So when he would go to Corpus Christi, the squirrel would hop in the car and go with him, and he would crawl up our curtains and stuff, and the squirrel was named Charlie Brown. And my grandfather was the first ancestor that I introduced my grandson to for Samhain, for doing the ancestor work. So I got squirrel candles for my grandma and grandpa to represent them. They come in a pack of 3. Oh! And so it's going on the ancestor altar for Samhain. So I was really excited about getting those. They were, I think, half off or 40% off at $5.99. So I thought it was a good deal, and they're beautifully done. I'm going to have a hard time wanting to burn them, but
those are adorable.
I have an off-topic question. Has anybody seen Sunshine Morning Ray's new video about her new crystals that she got?
Not yet.
Yeah,
no.
I see that.
They're penis-shaped.
Oh, do you want to see my black dick candles, honey? I've got some.
Yeah,
They
I
sell
got a mold. I was pricing the molds for those, and they're really expensive.
They
Are
are.
they?
The candle themselves. The candle themselves is $9.99 at my shop, but I bought 3 of them that day. Scared the hell out of all the men standing in that shop. They went running. They were not wanting to be anywhere near me, and the mad woman that was mad at penises that day. She was waiting in the back for the witch in the back to make him his little brew to get where his worked. He thought it was going to rub off on him. He was like, I will be back. He went running out of the shop. I was pissed off that day.
Yeah, those. I mean, you can make I have made a penis candle, but I don't have the right kind of mold, and it turned out really kind of goofy looking, so I remelted it because I was just trying to make a mold with tin foil, and it ended up looking sick.
I found penis candy molds, and
I could use those.
Yeah,
I mean, after all, they're just tiny little penis candles. I mean,
yeah,
right?
and the way that those are, like, if you put 2 of them together, it makes one whole penis. But yeah, because they're just the flat-sided, but you could easily. I was thinking about taking, because the way that they're made, it's symmetrical, so you could actually cut it in half and put the 2 pieces together and make a mold, make a full mold.
Okay.
And do it that
Y'all
way.
are talking about penis candles, and my landlady walked up to the door, and then she just turned around and she walked
Well, my uncle is, the reason why I have the candy molds is because of my uncle. Every year for his birthday, except for I think last year we didn't do it, every year for his birthday, we usually make him a penis cake and little penis candies to go on it. Yeah, or around it. So I have the cake mold and the candy molds.
Now, see, where did you find the candy molds at?
Where did I get? Oh, we got them at one of the adult bookstores. Of course, I live in Vegas, so there's an adult bookstore on like every corner.
There you go, Tara.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yay!
There you go, Tara.
Yep. Oh, they sell the.
Oh, there it is.
The
Can I borrow that for a couple hours?
Well, there are different colors. You don't want this
Oh,
one.
it's
'Cause
fine.
this represents not working.
Oh.
They do have blue for fidelity of a lover. They have red for passion. I think they even have white for marriage, union.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have green for getting knocked up by a rich man?
Velvet got some Jezebel root for that crap. So, and then I got these that day too. Now these they look like penises, but they're not.
I'm not seeing it.
They're candles. Please tell me they're candles.
They are candles.
Thank
They're
you.
wrapped in plastic still. They still have the plastic on them to protect them. One is a reversal. This one's a reversal. They have snakes wrapped around them, and it is for luck and stuff. And this is found at my
You have
daily
interesting
fucking
candles where you
candle.
go, Toy. I don't get interesting candles where I am.
Oh, yeah, honey, they got it all over there.
That's
They
how
have
the
to
story
keep-
is
They
here.
have to keep these behind the counter because they said that otherwise they have to be licensed for a sex shop to have this candle. I was like, no, this is the opposite of sex, honey. This is to stop it from ever happening again.
The guys living in Sin City, they got them out on the shelf here.
Yeah.
People use them for other
Not here in
purposes,
Corpus. They'd have to have another license. She said, oh, that's not what you think it is. This one right here. And I'm like, I know what this one is, but I want 3 of the others. You know, she goes, well, I have those under the counter. And I said, well, she goes, how, she grabs it and she puts one up there. I said, no, honey, I want 3. By the time I said 3, that was when that man ran out of the shop. And there was this other little girl. She was probably, like looking like a brand new newlywed or whatever. And she finishes hearing everything that I have, because I was a little pissed off. And I was ordering. I said, I want 3 of those. I want 2 of those. I want that, this, that. I was just get me what I need. And I was scaring even the witchy lady there. And the girl goes, I'm mad, but I'm not that mad. I'm like, honey, you need to get that mad to get him under control now. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
I wished I had known about that candle a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, I know that you can also, with your intent, there's other things that you can do with them because of what it represents. The life force is represented in the vagina and penis.
True, but you won't want to use the black one. The black one has a special intent, and that is to stop all action.
To banish.
But you have them coming in all colors, and those colors do represent different aspects.
Oh.
So you want it color coded for your intent.
Yeah, once the weather cools off here, we've got the shop that I go to. They're really, really affordable, and they've got a little bit of everything. I'll have to go down there and see what they have on hand, and maybe I can pick some stuff up for people and do some shipping out.
Apparently for Tara, because she doesn't have anything there in Canada.
And it has nothing.
Canada does it.
Okay, maybe it's not just Canada. Maybe it's just my stupid ass town.
Well, you know what? Sometimes when something's not available to you, you just get creative. As long as you can make a representation of what it is you want to do. It's just like the herbs. When I first came back into the practice, I thought I had to have every herb out there, but then I realized each herb, there's always something that's around me, even in nature, and all you have to do is look it up. And before you know it, I mean, I don't have access to excuse me, I had a tooth removed, so if I make the farting noise, it's because the tooth is gone there. I'm sorry. It just happened, I'm sorry. Especially if I use a word that has the F in it, you know, when I say find or something, sometimes I'll, you know. So anyway, you know, I mean, you got to get out there in nature, pick things, you know, something that someone looks at and sees a weed. When I don't see a weed, I see, I'm going to use that on somebody, you know, and or on something. And my dehydrator is nonstop. I'm surprised it's still working. So I've always got something in there, and I put things in jars. I label it. I try to put a little notation on what the correspondence is for it, and I'll use it for candle dressings. I'll use it in sachets, you know, poppets, whatever.
So
Well,
maybe
I was talking to Sasha the other day, and I told her I was irritated because I was doing my back alleyway. Well, it's full of bindweed. She was like, "What the hell is bindweed?" And I'm like, "Very useful herb that everyone should have in her arsenal." But it's just a vine that grows, and you can take it, and it is a hellified binding herb to put in there, because that thing grows on everything and will suffocate and kill anything it grows on.
Oh, Tori, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of something. I have a question. I can't really say the whole thing, but how do you get somebody, or what kind of spell do you use to keep somebody out of your business? Like, your personal business. Like, I don't want them out of my life. I just don't want them in my business.
Well, try your words first. I mean, that would actually be the most easiest thing to do, is to use your words first. And then if they won't listen or reach your boundaries, then...
I've done that a million times. It don't work.
It will work if you envisioning it working and believe it will
wait a minute. Do you live with these people?
Yes.
That's what I thought. She's trying to keep her parents out of her business.
Well, with the responsibilities you're, because I've been in this situation, has to do with the responsibilities you're willing to take. Are you willing to get yourself where you want to go, so you don't have to say, "Hey, I want to go to the store. I'm going to the store." You know, you have to figure out a way to get yourself where you need to go. That takes them out of your business in that affair. You have to, that'll also keep them from knowing what you buy or spend your money on. It'll keep them from knowing, you know, what you are doing. That's a big part, is not letting them be a main source of transportation. Then you have to do things like to take back your independence. You know, magic is not going to just fix it. You know, you need to take back your independence.
No, I understand that. Like, I've done everything that I can. You know, like, with regards to transportation and stuff, I can drive. I have my license. You know, blah blah blah. It's fine. But oh God, I can't say too much.
Well, the problem is that you have to be very, very careful about what you do, because you live with these people and you still depend on them for a lot of things. So cutting them out or keeping them out of your business, you can remove them from your life, even though you don't want to. You need to be very, very careful, because you still depend on them for some things, and they may depend on you as well. And it's a very fine relationship there. So you can't do what you're doing, like if your friend just won't stay out of your business. That's a different kind of spell work.
If it's your parents, first off, if you're living with them, there's got to be a level of respect, you know, and so you have to respect their wishes under their house. Now, if it has to do with your faith or your religion or whatever, my best advice would be to educate them on what it is and how it's helping you. To educate them, get them to support what you're doing in your own way. But you don't have to tell them everything that, you know, as far as what your beliefs are, if you feel like it's going to have bad ramifications. But if you're going to be negative with them, then that's just going to create negativity too. So just let your happiness of what you're discovering and everything flow through you. And it's like my daughter. all of a sudden she says, Mom, she says, I've been watching your videos, and she goes, you have transformed in the last couple of years. This positive thing that you're on, this, you're getting back into this witchcraft and everything. She says, you've transformed. You're not depressed anymore. She says, I want that. I want to know. So the best thing is just by living what you believe and educating people and respect the boundaries they set for you if it's their house. When you close your bedroom door,
Not only that, it also has to do with how they see you. If they see you as their child, then, they're always going to see you as their child, but, if they see you as their little girl, then you need to take steps to make them see you as their child who's sufficiently capable of handling herself as an adult. Because if they don't see you able to handle yourself as an adult, they're not going to treat you like an adult.
If they see your choice as making a positive impact on your life, then they're less likely to be as meddling and keep as close a track. And it doesn't hurt to be vague. I'm a very bad person about being too open with everyone and letting way too many people know way too much of my business. And so I just begin to be more vague. I don't shut people out completely, but I just start to learn to, just omit the things that aren't important. Find other topics to talk about. Keep any conversation or interaction as neutral and on topics that don't center around me as possible. And it's hard. But it's really hard when you're in the same living situation. I mean, like I said, I'm not with a family member, it's just a friend, but she's somebody I've been friends with for a really long time. And I want to be able to just be open and just be me and do what I do, but at the same time, because of the nature of the situation, I just cannot do that. And it sucks. So I'm slowly, just kind of withdraw a little bit at a time. Because if it's too sudden, then, oh, what's up, what's going on? And then you get put in this whole different light that you don't want to be in either. So it has to be a gradual growth thing over time. Because if it's too soon and too fast, then it becomes, this question of, are you okay? Is everything okay? Is there, there could become a problem where there isn't one,
Right.
And as far as magic goes, the main thing that you need to focus on is just shielding yourself and just I don't really know how to explain. Just learn how to be more assertive. You know what I'm saying? And you can work that into your spell work and stuff, as far as just trying to help develop those boundaries. That is a way you can use your magic in the process of getting them kind of out of your business, as just to focus on that within yourself, is learning that assertiveness and how to put your boundaries down without being disrespectful or without coming across as rude or anything, but just being, okay, this, I'm a grown woman, and maybe this is a little bit further into my life than you need to be,
I've tried that, and it doesn't work because a certain individual is very pig-headed and stubborn, and
well, you need to really focus on your perspective. You need to, change the way you think, change the way, respect the fact that they can be pig-headed, but at the same time, if you're going to consider banishing spells and everything, and these are your parents or whatever, you have to understand that there's going to be repercussions when you do banishing or any kind of spells on somebody, because it can affect you in the long run. For instance, if you're doing a general banishing spell, all of a sudden something happens to them. Where's the income? There's no home. Now, where are you going to go? So you have to expect that anything you do, there's going to be some repercussions that comes back. It's like a wave. I mean, when you throw a stone into the lake, there's the ripple effects that will come back towards you. And so you have to be really careful. If you're going to do something in the magical realm that affects another person, it can ultimately affect you or somebody else that you had no intention for that to affect. But I'm thinking here, what I'm seeing right now is that there's some headbutting going on, and everybody wants to be right. Sometimes it's okay to just say, all right, and back off. Let this person feel they're right. You don't have to argue. They don't have to be right, but let them think that. That's fine. That's not a problem. Just back off. Let it be. And then change the way you think about the whole situation.
When they've told you why they don't feel they need to, meddle out, what are their reasons? Listen to their reasons and then try to, like if they're saying, well, you always ask us to blah, 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 when are you going to pay rent and blah, 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 then start paying rent and start calling them on their shit, If they say, well, you're always asking us to take you blah, 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 stop asking them to take you blah, blah, blah. And if you slowly stop, do what they're saying you're not doing, then what argument will they have?
Well, thing is, I never go anywhere. I pay my bills on time. I do everything that I can.
Can I ask what it is that they're bitching about?
Money. Me spending money.
Are you spending too much?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
but all my bills are paid.
Maybe they have a... then
wait, all your bills paid, but are you paying rent? Are you contributing to the house?
Yeah, that's the first thing.
Well, then they have
I'm the type of person that if I owe somebody money, it's the first thing I do is I give them the money, and then I pay the bills, and then everything I want comes second, comes last. My priorities and my responsibilities go first, and then what I want is last.
Did they express that they want you to save money for a particular purpose? That you need to save money? Maybe ask them. Maybe ask them why they feel that you're spending too much money. Ask them if they feel.
The process might be that they want you to have some money saved so that if something were to happen to them, you have a backup plan. You have a place to go and do.
Oh, something to think about.
As a parent of 3 girls that I didn't think were going to get stable, 3 girls that were not bad kids, but however, they had one issue after another, different issues. I finally broke down and I told them, look, I got one thing in life that I have to do, and that is to make you 3 independent women who can take care of yourself, that does not need me to take care of you or to fix your problems. And at this rate, I am not going to be able to die until the year 3000. So I need you 3 to start getting your shit together. Now, as a parent, the one thing I'm worried about is that if something happens to me, that they can't make it without me.
Exactly.
I've got to have them independent. I've got to have them strong. I've got to have them able to take care of my grandchildren now. I've got to have them where they can pull together and pull each other up by the bootstraps if they need to be. Even though they have had rocky relationships all of their life amongst themselves because they were born within 3.5 years, all 3 of them were born. So they have issues of power struggles, fighting for their piece of the pie, all that stuff because they were all together, lumped together. And those 3 girls, all their life, fought like cats and dogs amongst themselves, but the second one of them was attacked by anyone outside, they came together as a unified force to fight off whatever it was that was coming at one of their sisters. But I have to, as your parent, that is what I'm scared of most, is what happens if I die. Are you able to take care of yourself? Because I'm no longer going to be there to do it. I'm no longer going to be able to keep you on the right path. I'm no longer going to be able to pull you forth. That's what any parent really wants for their kids. And if they don't want that, then they're actually hindering their children. Because you need your children to be able to be strong and able to stand on their own 2 feet and make it. You do not want to die with the feeling that your children are still looking for someone to help you and pull you through. You've gotta, and maybe that's where your parents are coming from. Maybe they're seeing that you're not trying to pull together and help yourself, because they can't pass until that happens. And I'm not even saying they're ready to pass. I'm not ready to pass. I said this to my kids when I was like 39 years old. I said this to my kids. Y'all need to get your shit together, because this is, at this rate, I'm never going to be able to die. Because I got to make sure that y'all get your shit together. So as a parent, you've got to also step into their shoes and see how they're seeing you. And is it a fair assessment? Or, this is shadow work. This is the work you have to do to make yourself an independent, strong person who can make it on her own. And you need to show your parents that you can make it, because that's their fear. You may think that someone's a hard ass or whatever, but what he's doing is more than likely, he's worried that you won't be able to take care of yourself if he dies. And he's maybe worried about your mom, too, that she's not going to be able to take care of herself if he dies. You gotta step in someone's shoes, and you gotta look at it from their perspective, and you gotta understand what their fears are, because they've got them too. And I don't care how pig-headed he is. I don't care how independent, strong, whatever. They have a fear, and their fear is that, has your father always been there to take care of the family?
A measure of understanding has to come into play too. Just like she's saying, you have to understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
And then also, even if it's something totally ridiculous, there's nothing wrong with relenting and allowing. I mean, if you're under their roof, if they want to complain about something, you can walk away. You can go to your room. You can avoid it. If he follows you in there, acknowledge that, yeah, I know you feel that way, because he really does. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bringing it up. That doesn't mean you have to internalize it. You can pick and choose your battles. You can feed it by arguing, or you can say, I understand, I'll work on it, and then walk away. Right. It's the stress. How much stress do you want?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, it's and for me, I know where you're coming from as far as that goes, because I'm not, even though it's not my family, I do have someone that has done their best to like just put herself like in my life in so many aspects and ways that I don't, she's a big enabler, and that might work for everybody else, but that I see that it's, I'm going to enable you up to this point just so that I can have that control over you, and I don't buy into that, because I've been independent for a very long time, and where everybody else around her, oh yeah, sure, you can put this in your name and that in your name, and I'll pay you, and that way if I'm short or whatever, I'll, you can take care of it, cover it for me, and I'll owe you, She likes to have everybody owing her money, family members, friends, everybody, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. I just had a problem with the internet here, because the internet was in her name, and I paid to have it put back on because she had actually let the bill lapse. Well, 2 months went by that I paid her the money on top of my rent separately for the internet. Come to find out, it wasn't getting paid, and we just had to have it transferred over. It was actually in Scott's name now, because I have an old bill from when I moved that I'm paying down over time, because I just don't have the money to pay it all at once. And, when she told, it was no big deal to put it in his name, I mean, he's more than willing, it's not a problem, and it's our bill to take care of because we're the ones that primarily use it. But to find out that she hadn't even been paying it, and then it was actually in the process of getting cut off. But it was just that little step of taking something, out of her control, because every aspect that she can think of to try to have in her control, just like she offered to get him an additional phone line. Oh, I'll get you another cell phone line so you have a phone. No, no. If I need a phone, I'll get my own.
See, that's my friend I was telling you guys about, the one, my toxic friend, the game I used to play. She will call me and she'll go, oh, you're not going to believe we've been waiting for Wizard to get this and that and everything else. And let me buy it for you. And I'm like, oh, no. Sometimes a gift has a price tag.
Yep.
And no matter how much you want it, sometimes you just have to say no, because you have to think about the price too. Is it, it's just not worth it for me.
And that's the thing. A lot of people, and I've had this happen to me quite often in my life, because people, I don't know, I just attract a certain breed, I guess, are always trying to put themselves in my life in some way that I'm in debt to them, I'll take care of this for you. I'll take care of that for you. I'll buy you this. I'll pay that. I'll get this turned on for you. I'll do that for you, And then all I hear, the first couple times that I bought into this crap and put myself in that position was, you owe me, you owe me. Oh, aren't you so glad I did that for you?
Oh, yeah, they always remind you.
And it's like, no, because I have no problem. I help other people all the time, and I will put myself out there any way, shape, or form I can for somebody else. But that's it. You won't hear me say, oh, well, I did this for so-and-so and that for so-and-so, and I'm some big hero, and you owe me. No. I don't loan money out. If somebody I know needs help financially, if I can afford to give them the money, I will give them the money. Here. You don't owe me anything. That's it. Because I can't be that person that goes, oh, you owe me. Well, so-and-so owes me money. So, I can't do that. I'm not comfortable with that. So it's hard for me to, but I understand, you have to have those boundaries with people, regardless of whether it's family or friends or roommates or neighbors or whatever it is. You have to have those boundaries, and you have to say, I'm an adult, this is my situation, and this is how I choose to handle or deal with it. And as a parent, yeah, it is hard, because you do want to make sure that your kids are able to handle things on their own. And my daughter, like a lot of my other family members, give her a lot of crap because of her choice of profession, and because, she's a stripper. She's not,
Hey, they make good money.
Yeah, she does. But she's financially independent. She doesn't ask anybody for anything. The only thing she ever calls me for is a shoulder to cry on when she's having a bad day and just wants somebody to vent to, and that means the world to me, because it's, wow, she's done this. And where my mom will ask me for things financially, I would never in a million years cross that line and ask my daughter for 1 red cent, because I know that she has worked her ass off to get where she is. And if I can't do something for myself, I sure as hell aren't going to expect it from my children. I don't work that way. But yeah, you just have to create those boundaries, and you have to look within yourself and say, is this something that really matters? If they're that broken record, oh, you shouldn't spend money, you shouldn't buy this, you shouldn't buy that. Is that really, something that's going to end life for you? Is it that big of a deal to hear them, complain about that?
It also depends on how much money you are spending. If it's a problem and they see it's a problem, but you need to self-analyze. If it's way too much money. If it's because you bought some candles because you can't buy them locally, then maybe he just sees packages coming to the house and thinks that you've just spent a wealth of money, which you might have only spent $10. So, what is a lot of money to him? That's another thing.
The perspective, yeah.
It's a matter of, but I think that you might find that your father is not your enemy. He's probably more about fear of what happens when he's gone, and he's trying to make you sound to where you can handle it. Now, have you done anything to show him that you are able to stand on your own 2 feet and start working, for that day when he's not there? But that doesn't mean that you're not allowed to buy some candles to do some work. It doesn't mean that you're not allowed to do something to make yourself happy for the money that comes in for you. You pay your bills if you're responsible with what you're doing and you have money left over and you're meeting your needs and you're meeting your bills. That's your responsibility. And then if you have money left over, you have a right to use the money to make yourself happy. If that means buying some candles from Alberta, well then so be it. But if you are spending way too much stuff, you're just, just willy-nilly just hitting everything because it is an obsession. Like food can become an obsession to some people, shopping can become an addiction as well. If that's what he's seeing, okay. But this is just your work. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. You know if you're doing something right or something wrong for yourself.
Also, it could be hoarding too. Is there too much? Is it too much stuff? That's creating a clutter. Is that the problem?
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, are you complaining about not having any money? Are you saying, "Oh, I'm broke and I spent all my money"? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you presenting it to them? Because if you're spending all your money but you have everything that you need aside from paying your bills and stuff, then oh well. You know what I mean? There's no reason for anybody to be. But if you're spending your money on things, on frivolous things, and you're cutting yourself short on things that you need, and they're seeing that, then of course they're going to be more concerned about it. So you have to look at it that way as well.
But the thing is, you have to turn inward to get these answers. You have to look at yourself and say, is it a valid point he had, or is it just his fear talking? And if it's his fear talking, what can you do to relieve his fear? Because we all have a fear. We all have something that we fear. I never had the kind of fear until the day I had my first child. And then the fear was, am I going to be able to protect my child? Everything became about protecting my children and doing right for my children. So he's got a fear. And he may have been an ass to you most of your life and all that stuff. And I thought a lot of those same things about the men in my life. They come from a different perspective from the female perspective. They're not as emotionally attached. They're usually not as emotionally loving. That doesn't mean they don't love you. It just means that they're not as good at showing it. And generally they show it by they're looking out for your best interest. And sometimes it looks like milling. And sometimes we don't appreciate it. So you just really have to look at it to see, because it can be across the line and it can be out of place and he can be saying something that's not right to you. Because I'm not saying that is what's happening or not happening. I can't be in your shoes to say, hey, he's stepping over the bounds there. But, a lot of times it's in correspondence of human nature, when we are projecting ourselves badly to someone that we love, it's generally out of fear of something. And if we can find out what is the trigger for him to act and say what he's saying, then maybe we can understand it. And if we understand it, then it's easier to accept the person for who they are and just to love them anyway. And you need your paints. You're an artist. You need certain things, and those things make you happy. And you shouldn't stop those because somebody else has a judgment on you spending too much money. You have a right to have those outlets for yourself, and you should have those. But is it because he sees that you're not taking care of your health? Are you truly doing what you need to do for your health reasons? He sees you need a surgery that you're not able to have right now. Have you really put forth the real effort that it's going to require to get your health back into some semblance of order? And I'm not saying that you have a lot of problems health-wise, and you can't solve all of your health problems overnight. But what have you done to prove to anybody that you are putting yourself first and you are working on yourself, and that he sees that you're working on yourself to be healthy and to be happy. And I think if you do that, that he'll back off because he'll see you healthy, healthier and happier. And he'll see that you're doing the work that you need to do for yourself. Because as a parent, when we get overcritical, it's usually coming from a place of love, even though it sounds like it's a place of being ugly. It doesn't mean that we all have perfect parents because, sometimes we just get dealt with some lousy parents. But, for the most part, parents love you. They just sometimes don't know how to communicate it to you, and they communicate it badly.
There's no perfect set of guidelines. There's no perfect set of rules for parenting. We aren't going to be perfect at it, and it's something that every single experience is a learned experience, and you never stop learning and growing with your children, even as adults, learning how to handle different situations. And for some people, there's a limit to the amount of understanding that they have just simply because of the time and environment that they grew up in. So you can't hold that against them. You just have to learn how to manipulate things. You have to grow yourself so that you have an easier time understanding and dealing with them. And for me, I'm terrible with money. But usually, because I don't have a whole lot of money and I have so many bills to pay, I don't have much to screw off with anyway. But if I find myself financially not being as responsible as I need to be, I say something. I was really bad. This past month, I actually overdrew my bank account, which I normally don't do, and I'm usually really good about not doing. And I'm the only one that's responsible for my money. Nobody else even knows what I do and don't have or anything. And Scott's really good about minding his own business when it comes to finances. But I looked at him and I said, you know what? I have been really bad and I've really screwed up. Why? Because I know that he'll help me and say, hey, Reagan, do you really need to spend that? How are you doing? If I ask him to keep track of it, to keep me accountable, he'll do it without being a jerk about it, So... I mean, it depends. If it's you need to ask yourself if it really is a problem. Step back a little bit, take a look at the big picture, and decide. Maybe it is an issue that needs to be addressed. Maybe you're spending money where you don't need to be. Like I said, I didn't realize that I was so out of control until I overdrew my account, and I went, oh, wow, I am doing a lot worse than I thought I was.
Yeah, and then as far as using magic to solve the problem. With this confidence, the confidence you feel you lack, do you really want to cast a spell in their direction that might go awry because of your lack of confidence? Because what you could be doing is a lot different than what you want to be doing, or, it might not go the way that you would like it to.
Right.
I would grow yourself, grow your confidence, and it's all about reclaiming your life, and that's what you need to do, is just reclaim your life, your independence, and your little bit of sovereignty.
And you're not the only one that needs to go through this work. This is the work of shadow work. We're all there.
I watched the Four Queens video on shadow work, and I also watched Teal Swan's video of shadow work, and I'm still confused of what it is. I know I have a rough idea where you take a situation and then you have to find out what pushes your buttons, and then you have to work on to find out what the trigger is.
There's different types of shadow work, really, and I think right now and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's looking into yourself and recognizing your own faults and taking responsibility for yourself. It's that kind of, and that's hard to do. It's really hard because sometimes when we're doing the shadow work, we find out something about ourselves that we don't really like, and if we see it in other people, we don't like those people, and boy, it's us.
Well,
oh my God,
The way that I look at shadow work is taking an honest, no egoed approach. It's you alone in the dark. And you're
Right.
taking your darkest aspects and you're bringing them to light and allowing them to manifest as one whole thing. And then you find these little parts of yourself, the negative, the reason that you eat, the reason that you keep people away. What's the core reason? Why do you do it? What is the reason that you lash out when someone tries to get close? Whatever those things are that are the darkest parts of yourself that trigger your bad habits, it's finding what those are. It's being willing to dive in deep where it hurts, where it makes you cry, where it makes you angry, and find those pieces and bring them to the forefront so that you can work with your little chisel and your little hammer to kind of chip away at them and get rid of those parts of you that make you that make you afraid, that make you less confident, that
And
make you feel like less than you
forgive
are. Because
yourself.
when you're in that circle, you've got to be deliberate. What you're doing has to be intent. Your intent has to be focused forward, and you have to be deliberate. But if you have all of these shadows holding you back, then that's hindering your magic.
Yep, or not hindering your magic, which is worse, because it's going all over the place, and you didn't intend for it to go where it went, because you were unaware of what was really motivating the feeling or the emotion that you were putting forth in the intent. And that's when things really backfire.
Yep.
That's why weight loss spells don't work, as that's what people think. They don't work. Well, they do work. Problem is, most of us have not done our shadow work on why we have a weight problem, and therefore when we do this weight spell to lose weight or to be healthy or to do whatever, we truly don't believe that we're doing that, and it's the interior emotion that we're feeling about the weight to begin with that comes through in the spell. And guess what? That means your weight spell is probably a weight spell of putting on instead of taking off, because it's what you emotionally are feeling and projecting into that spell that's going to take the intent. And if the intent is that you don't have your head right for that moment of that spell, it can't be successful in the way that you want it to be. So I would not do a spell on my parents at that moment. I don't think you're confident enough, to know what you're really wanting out of the situation. And I know that you're a good person, and I know that you would never forgive yourself if something happened, and it may not have anything at all to do with any spell work that you did. But if, God forbid, something happened, you would blame yourself. And then that would taint your ability to grow in your craft. And that isn't helpful to you. It's not helpful to your parents. It's not helpful to anybody. So you have to be confident and stand in confidence when you perform a spell. That's why you should start with small spells. Spells that are more trivial so that you can build your confidence in seeing the cause and effect of them. To start working on other people, that's not a good place for any witch to start. Because it comes from two different kinds of places. It comes from an arrogance of, I need to control this other person. An arrogance of, I love this person, so I want that person to love me. That's the arrogance of a love spell. When you start doing things like that, when you're involving another person, and you don't feel strong in your confidence and your motivations behind it, that's when the spell becomes dangerous, and it becomes very dark. And that's not your intent. That's never the intent when you go into it, but it still has a very dark expression when it comes out. Because no matter how much you doubt your ability to do spell work, everyone has it in them to do spell work. That is the whole thing behind Oho and a lot of other things about casting things at people with just basic jealousy or something like that. You can put something on somebody without any real intent of doing so, just by a feeling that you're having when you see somebody else with something you don't have, jealousy. It's the 7 deadly sins. Do the 7 deadly sins have anything to do with witches? Yes, they do, because the 7 deadly sins is an aspect of human nature. And those 7 deadly sins are, everybody is included. It's not just a Christian idea. 7 deadly sins aren't even actually a Christian idea. Basic psychology of the human mind. And that's why they're also tempered with these 7 virtues. But when you have the 7 deadly sins are very much something that we handle in shadow work. And almost everything can be boiled down to those 7 deadly sins. And those things need to be worked on because we are actually projecting those at people all the time. I can be walking down the street and I can see some pretty little girl and I think, well, couldn't I be a pretty little girl? And now I've suddenly cast something at that girl that it's not her fault that she was a pretty little girl and I didn't feel like I was a pretty little girl. That's jealousy coming out. That's vanity coming out. I want what she has. I'm jealous that she's got something. I can look at a talented person out there and say, oh, and you can cast a negative thing because they paint better than you, or they dance better than you, or they have what you perceive the better life. And that alone can cause you to send something negative at them, and that's magic as well. Because people don't understand that they do that all the time. That's why almost every single religion, almost every single spirituality out there is about controlling the self and controlling the ego and walking a more pure path. And that's why, because we negatively affect people or positively affect people all the time without our awareness at all. And they also in turn affect us. Just because they see, oh, you have a new car, I'm going to be jealous of you. And they throw something at you. They don't normally mean to throw anything at you, but it's a form of way magic works. It's law of attraction.
Something toward you.
Yeah.
Like when we were talking about earlier, you see people and they look like they have it all together, and you think, oh, they have the perfect life. I want their life. Then you might just pull in their depression or their, the abuse they've suffered and all the shadow work they have to conquer. You might be pulling their shadows into you, because your envy of their life is causing some sort of energy pull. And you get what they have. You might end up finding yourself with bouts of depression, cheating spouses or significant others.
Yep.
You're pulling that into yourself. So you have to really be careful with your feelings toward people and the way that you work them. You might end up with a whole big bag of depression with a side of 3 suicide attempts. I mean, you never know. You never know what's inside the package.
It's really funny because one of the pagan group I used to be part of here in town, there was the power couples, there was like 3 or 4 different couples within the group that we all looked up to because like, wow, they're really solid and they've got good marriages, good relationships, they're good people and they interact well, and and you're like, oh, they're going to be together forever, and it's funny because Scott and I, like, we used to go and do that stuff together, and then he and I split up right around the time that the group was kind of disbanding and reforming and doing its thing anyway. But and then right around the time that he and I got back together, just about everybody else, and everybody kind of looked at us like we were kind of half-assing it, because when I first started going to the group, I was still with my husband. And, they always looked at us like we were kind of half-assing it, and every single one of those couples, one of them, the husband got some other girl pregnant.
Oh, Lord.
The other one, I don't know what happened, but they just, one day, the wife announced on Facebook that they were no longer married. She was happy to be free again. I don't know what happened there. The other couple, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think that she left her husband for another woman, and then, I mean, and it was so, like, odd because I'm looking at these people and I'm like, wow, I guess they're just human like the rest of us, you know. But and one of the other ladies from the group that I've been friends with for a while, she was really upset by it. She's like, I can't believe that this happened, and I mean, it really kind of made me lose hope and all these things, and I told her, I said, you can't gauge life like that. Things just happen. That's just how it works. They didn't split up to hurt you.
You get to live your own life. You can't live somebody else's life.
Well, the other
exactly.
thing is they're not put on this earth to keep you in line or to give you hope. That's not their purpose in life either.
And
they're
I
just
get,
to get home too, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, and I get really weirded out because I always have people, and I've had this happen a lot, which really irritates me because of the fact that my life is such a train wreck. Is I've had people actually come up to me and say, I am jealous of you because of, my little brother's jealous because of my electronic equipment. I had a friend that was jealous of she's like, well, you're so free and you're artistic or whatever, and I'm like, no, more like autistic, but whatever. I mean, but I've had people tell me they were jealous of me, and I had this one friend of mine who is just gorgeous, like she is so pretty, and she came up to me one time and was telling me how she was jealous of the fact that I was so much prettier than her, and I'm like, are you nuts? Like, I don't know.
I had somebody do that to me once, and I'm like, you gotta be joking.
I'm like, do you need to get your eyes checked? Like, I mean, I'm comfortable with me. I don't consider myself, oh, I'm just so ugly. I feel, I've got a lot of self-confidence, and I carry myself pretty well, but for somebody to be jealous, that's foreign to me and weird because I had a shitty childhood. I've made some really epic mistakes. No, I've learned some epic life lessons. We'll go with that.
There you go.
Call them mistakes. But I've put myself through literal and figurative hell, okay? So when people approach me and say that, I'm like, you have no idea the amount of bullshit I had to wade through to get where I am. It didn't happen overnight. I was that kid that hid in the back of the classroom, peed my pants in kindergarten, and even if I was called on, would start crying for, Mommy, I don't want to do this. I never participated in school. I never, I dropped out my freshman year of high school. I was scared of my own shadow. I had no self-confidence. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, and that was my whole childhood. Like, I was terrified of everything and did not know how to even just be human, So it's really weird because you really don't know what other people are going through. You can't gauge them just by your perception of them. We all have masks that we wear.
I gotta go. I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
But yeah, and you can't judge yourself based on other people. You never know what is going on with somebody else. Good.
I remember sitting in one of those buses, those charter buses, and I was going on this trip to Laughlin with my grandma and my grandpa in their church, and I'd never done it before. I just turned 18 or whatever, and I was watching all these older people walk by with their walkers and their canes, and having to pack away and stow away their walking equipment, and it was just an innocent thought, nothing of pride or gloating or boasting or anything, but I just thought of how wonderful it was that my grandparents at 74 years old were walking, no canes, no walkers, nothing. They were walking fine. And then within 5 years, neither of them were really doing much walking. And it was just an innocent thought, but it's
yeah,
just
I gotta
really
get going. I'm had fun. Sorry, Sasha. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Tara.
Bye.
Love y'all.
Love you too.
Bye. But it just goes to show how even an innocent thought can do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My sister cursed me with my eyes. I'm blaming it all on her.
Me and my big mouth, all I kept thinking about was wanting to get as far away from I can't deal with this person anymore. I can't deal with this person anymore. The situation's getting too deep. There's too much. I can't deal with this person anymore. And guess what happened? I ended up moving in with that person. Oh, because life, I mean, that's how it works. You can't put any of the negative in there. There's no can'ts, there's no don'ts, there's no won'ts, because that's what you attract. That they don't hear that part, the universe doesn't hear that part. They just hear that final bit of information at the end, nothing in between.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's only picking up on the vibration you're emitting, and the emitting of the vibration can be calibrated according to the emotion that you're feeling.
Yeah.
And that emotion is what's going to drive it to you. And sometimes we even misdirect our own feelings, and we think it's this, but it's that. We know the emotion we're feeling. We're intensely feeling it and emitting it, but sometimes our brain starts analyzing it and saying it's this versus that or whatever. But the universe clearly reads the emotion, and that's all it reads. It doesn't read your dialogue that you've had. You can be trying to explain all the little dirty details, but it's not listening to the dirty details. It's only listening to the vibration that you threw out and ripple effect across the universe. Yeah. So if you ripple the fact that you're feeling butthurt because you want that guy, guess what? You might get that guy, but be careful what you want, because sometimes you get it.
Well, and it's all those same old cliches. They're true. Life is a journey, not a destination. Just about everything in life can be summed up by a cat meme. I mean, it's just like you can't say, oh, I want, I don't want to be fat. That's not going to get you anywhere. I want to be healthy. Well, now you're getting better. I want to be healthy. I want to make healthy choices. Okay, that works. And just like for me, I know for a fact that being thin alone is not going to solve anything for me, because I was thin the majority of my life. I mean, I had no problem with my weight until I hit 30, and then all of a sudden I just like somebody pulled the ripcord on a life raft. I mean, and that's the biggest hurdle, is learning how to know exactly what your intent is, knowing what to ask for. The answers are out there. It's knowing what questions to ask.
The ugly brunt of shadow work right there. Couldn't said it better.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we think we've done one thing, and we can't understand why we're not receiving this or that. So we really look within, and then we go, crap, I asked for that. Shit. I got exactly what I asked for every freaking time.
And I keep complaining about my situation. I can sit here and go, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. And let me tell you, it might not be perfect, but it's a lot better than the alternative. I don't know if you guys remember, I was talking about, I had a friend that was looking for a roommate, and he was, my friend Steve, and he was looking for a roommate, and basically it was, cook for me, clean for me, sleep with me, but you're too fat for me.
Okay.
No.
That's what this is for, right here. Don't fuck with me, I will get your ass.
So the funny part about it was, I wasn't outwardly rude. I just kind of shined him on. Didn't really say anything to him. Didn't address it with him, Just let him go off in his own little, blind world there, and just left it alone. And he called me the other day, and I had to almost hang up on him to not just bust up laughing in the phone. He has bed bugs.
Oh God.
One of his friends that he's always belittling and treating like they're not even human is living in like a really cheesy, sleazy little almost weekly apartments, and they have really bad bed bugs there. And
Oh
the
God.
landlord's not taking care of it properly because he's not, fumigating the whole building all at once and doing what he needs to get rid of them. Well, this guy keeps
They're hard to get rid of anyway. Yeah, it's got to be done right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this guy's been going over visiting him, and he brought his little friends with him, and they're wanting to charge him $1,500 a room, and he's a roommate at the house he lives in right now. And I mean, the guy he lives with is a college professor, and the great room where the major infestation is on the couch, it's wall-to-wall books.
Oh my God.
So I'm cracking up because
And you think you've got it bad because you have a jumping spider on your...
That's what I'm saying. Is I'm cracking up because this guy has been trying his best to convince me how superior he is in every aspect of his life, and how I would never be good enough for him because I'm too old. I can't have kids. I'm too fat. And I'm like, what part of I don't want you do you not understand? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but he doesn't just come out and say it that way. He makes all these little hints.
No, can we say narcissist?
Yeah, and the way he does it is funny because, well, we get along really good and everything goes really good between us, but you can't have kids, so you know what I'm saying? Like there's always that but.
I would have said, no, I actually had kids, so therefore
I've already done that.
You're the one without kids, so maybe you can't have them, but I already have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what does that say about you?
And he went and found this girl, and she was exactly what he wanted. She looked like she was about 9 years old. She was under 5 feet tall. She was like 4'6", 4'8", and teeny tiny. Okay, teeny tiny looking. She looked like a little girl. I mean, she really looked like a child. And they were dating, but she wouldn't actually hook up. She wouldn't sleep with them. And she was a lesbian. She had a girlfriend. He thought that he had conquered the world, but all he was doing is playing sugar daddy to her. After she got new tires, got her car fixed,
my God!
Shot. A year they went through this.
I can't feel sorry for him. He got exactly what he asked for.
All the way up to the point of sending out save the dates for their wedding, and then she just went, "Oh, I don't want to be with you," and just wandered off. And he can't understand.
Let me introduce you to my girlfriend.
And let me tell you, the cute part about him is the fact that all he says, his favorite line is, "But I'm a really nice guy. I'm such a nice guy. The only reason why I'm single is because I'm such a nice guy and nobody can see me for how wonderful I really am."
Can we say narcissist?
Yeah. So the only reason why I stay in touch with him is just to watch karma do its work. And let me tell you, it was worth the show. Because now, Captain Superior...
Oh my God, he's got bugs eating his crotch. That's good.
I wouldn't move in with him, and I got back with Scott, and he bitches about Scott. Oh, he's just a bum, and he's this, and he's that, and he, and always talks all bad about, and we're so inferior. And I'm like, you know what? At least I don't have bed bugs.
At least the man I chose doesn't have another man that he wants instead of me. Oh, just saying. That really does something for your ego when the guy or the girl turns to the same sex to get away from your ass. That's saying something.
Like, you and I get along really well together, but you can't be with me because you're just too pathetic.
Well, I kept telling him, I'm like, don't you realize, like, you're not anything what I want, I mean, he's what is good about him? That's really bad. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not the type of person I would go after. He doesn't have any of the looks that I go for. He's overweight. He's underpaid. He's too old. And I'm like, you're just not my style. I'm sorry, because at least, and then he starts in about Scott. Well, he doesn't have. Well, he's at least got youth on his side. Same with Ty. He went through a lot of things, but he was also only 23. I mean, I don't. I'm not a gold digger. I'm not looking for somebody to take care of me. And that was what killed me. He used to always make those comments, and I'm like, you couldn't financially support me anyway, I couldn't be your housewife because my needs are way more than you could afford. The nice guy.
Oh, God.
Sweaty Steve, the nice guy.
Well.
Does he now call us Bell?
I know I should start calling him right before bedtime. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the
bedbugs bite. Now we know what that saying means. Oh my God.
That's why everybody says, well, you should confront this person, or you should confront that person, or you should say this or do this or take some kind of action, when people wrong me. And I'm like, the universe does that just fine. I don't need to intervene. I just, nothing goes unnoticed, and people do get what they have coming to them one way or another.
Yeah.
I don't need to be
one of these days I will tell y'all the tale of the red bikini, and that was my ex-husband's karma for everything he did, and I didn't do a damn thing.
It's nice when you can just sit and watch the karma roll in on somebody who's really done you wrong.
Yep. It's nice. It's nice. And what's funny is when you get inadvertently put in a position to where you're actually part of that person's karma without even meaning to be or having to do anything nasty or negative against them, it just works that way.
And the funny thing is that karma has always worked out for me. I don't even know if it's karma, whatever you want to call it. When someone's done me wrong and I speak to the universe about it, because I don't set out to curse them or to hex them. All I send out is, may they be blessed with the karma that they deserve. Now, if they haven't done anything wrong, they will be blessed with good karma, or they will be blessed with bad karma, depending according. That's all I do. I don't judge people to say, because I may have it wrong who did me wrong. I may think it's this person, it may be that person. So I don't do that. I just simply bless them with the karma that they deserve.
Yep.
Within the week, generally, it happens. And within a week and a half or so, it comes directly into my lap to where the universe lets me know, we took care of it for you. Here you go. Here's what we did. It always does that. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it comes from a total stranger, but the message will always come and get back to me what the universe did. And it's always far more creative than I could ever think of. I'm not that talented with what the shit that comes around.
Just like my one friend of me that's all about the one-upping, that goes and everything that I own has went and tried to outdo it, and everything I talk about, I really want to do this. Oh, I already did that. Oh, look, I went and spent this money and did, just constantly trying to throw it in my face, the superiority, and I just sit back and go, oh, whatever, Yeah. And it was slow coming, but finally it happened. We had a conversation the other day. Her man is cheating on her.
Oh, there you go.
And not being real secretive about it. And it's like, you know what? But your life is so perfect. What do you mean it's not going exactly the way that you planned, Hitler?
It is perfect because it's perfect. Fucked.
I mean, it just... I can't stand that arrogant need to just try to make everybody else feel so inferior, because it doesn't get you anywhere. It really doesn't. And you always, the universe will put you in your place, you know? And to watch it unfold is just...
Yep.
It's
And it'll
been
give you
very
bits that
interesting in
bite
my
you.
life,
Yeah.
yes.
And I'm the type of person, like, you know, what do they say? I never can. Can you tell I've had a long day. Spiders and things. But, you know, I don't mind, like, if somebody takes something from me as far as, like, copies something I do or whatever, you know, I mean, the whole flattery thing, you know, it's like, yeah, okay, I appreciate that. I don't have a problem for if somebody takes something that I do and makes it their own or makes it better or does it better or whatever, you know, good for you. Because I don't consider myself any kind of a leader or teacher or anything. So if somebody takes something from me and does it, you know, or does it better, yay, bravo, you know. But for somebody to take something from me and try to make it their own and then treat me as if I'm trying to copy them or to take away from them, I'm
Well,
like,
that's always a certain kind of special, isn't it? One
Yeah.
person, they're like, yeah, they take it.
Like, let
yeah.
me just steal your idea, mock you in the process because I don't have an idea, and then, you know, say that you're copying me.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly. How did I copy you when my video came up 2 weeks before you?
Yep. I
Hmm.
love, and YouTube is a great place for that, by the way. I love that. And
Yes,
I
it is.
try, like, I
Okay,
try
wait,
to,
wait, wait. I want to get in on this before we get too far off what I wanted to say. You're right, because I don't have a problem with people, like, that's what we're there to do. We're there to inspire people to move and get their own channel going and do their own videos that take off of what we do. If you make a particular type of incense, water, whatever, and someone wants to, you know, use that inspiration and then throw their own implementations and do a video, well, that's fine. Good on them, especially if they give you credit. If they say, well, I was inspired by Reagan to do this potion, and I'm going to do this potion, you know, that's like the proper way to do it, I think.
yeah.
But there is just sort of like um, a maliciousness, I think, when someone just takes someone's idea and claims it as their own. You know, I mean, especially if they have, let's say, more subscribers than you do or more traffic or whatever, you know, and then somebody's going to come to your video, oh, so-and-so already did that video. And then you're like, well, if you look, the timeline's mine is first, but whatever, you know. But my big problem is theft, like what you would consider theft of a video
Mm-hmm.
and not giving any kind of credit whatsoever. There are
But
certain
how?
things like, oh, this is how you smudge. This is how you smudge, okay? Everybody smudges. Everybody does something different. We have to give credit to the Indians for that, you know, because that's just a general thing that we all do. This is how you make Florida water. Well, Florida water has been a recipe that's been passed down and mixed around so much to the point where you really can't give proper credit to any one person. But if you're following someone's recipe pretty much to the letter and only tweaking it slightly, then, you know, it's a good idea to say, it's, oh, this is so-and-so inspired this. So-and-so
Yeah.
inspired me to do this.
Or, you know, even if it is something that's really widespread and a lot of people have done it, you know, to rattle off a couple names and say, you know, I was inspired by someone else. Even if you don't, you know, you can't just go and be like, oh, look at this neat, cool thing that I personally discovered, ta-da, you know. It's like,
However, I've also seen people attack people for
for really
taking their
generalized things, and they're like, that's
their stuff, and it's been something that's been done since, like, we don't even know when the first time it's been done. It's been done since cavemen,
yeah,
and
it's like,
they act like you didn't give me credit. Well, I'm sorry, bitch, but I don't think you
That's
invented
different.
this.
I had this conversation one time with somebody on I don't remember, it was one of the it wasn't Witchbox, but it was one of those like pagan community things, and it was something a friend of mine posted a thing about burning your intentions or whatever, writing down negative things in your life or whatever and burning them in a fire. Oh, come on. Okay, who hasn't at one time or another done that, thought of doing that, put that in somewhere? You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah, and
mean,
the other thing is that sometimes it's just such a thought that is going to be a communal thought anyway that you really didn't like. Bitch, I don't know who the hell you are, so how did I copy you? I
yeah,
don't
we
even know
had
who you
somebody.
are. I didn't get it from you. Don't worry. I didn't get it from you.
Yeah, we had somebody come up out of nowhere that wasn't even part of the group or anything that happened to like Google and run across it or whatever, you know, and was like, "How dare you steal my idea?" And it's like, was it patented? Had you posted it even publicly before, like this? And no. Oh, so we
Oh,
what?
okay. Well,
We
I'm sorry,
technically
honey, but
stole
I
this idea from inside your head while you were sleeping.
yeah. I transported back to your bedroom because I knew exactly where you were because you were transmitting it like a homing beacon, and I said, there's something good going on in that bedroom. Let me go steal her thoughts. And
Yeah.
yeah, no.
I
I
put
didn't do that.
as much out there as I can as far as ideas or like, oh, I'd really like to do this or do that, or, you know, because I want other people to run with it. If it's something that somebody else can implement better than I can or faster than I can or however, you know, um, great. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't want somebody, if I didn't think it was a good idea, I wouldn't even say it. And if somebody else makes it their own and does wonders with it, yay, you know? I
Yeah.
mean,
Jan was getting blasted by two women that thought that she should give credit to these two women for shielding. Okay, I'm sorry, bitches, but I don't think you invented shielding. I'm pretty
well,
sure
I mentioned
that
grounding.
has been around since the beginning of time.
Well, remember, I mentioned grounding and I posted links, so anybody else that says anything about grounding, they better come to
Oh,
me and they
that's
better, yeah.
right. I'm like,
Yes.
wow.
Like,
That's
okay,
like saying I casted a magic circle.
you
That's
did what?
my
That's my
idea.
idea.
Oh,
I do
that was
that.
mine. Yep.
We won't talk about that they've been doing circles since before King Solomon. Okay, all right, but well, that circle's mine, damn it, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
And
mean,
I
yeah,
have tweaked my
that's it.
circle. I've tweaked my circle because I do it 3 times. I do it with copper, magnesium, and salt. I do all 3. Is that mine? No, because part
I'm
of it I came up with my own, but I can't say that nobody else has ever done that before. You
I
know,
call
if somebody wants to try it, fine. You know, but I'll debate exactly how I came up with the idea because I know exactly what I did to try to increase the power. I know exactly what I did. I know exactly what information I used, and I used medical journals as well as electrical journals. I use all kinds of information to put my shit together, and
Yep.
I can tell you the thought process behind where I came up with the idea I came up with. But does that mean that it was still my idea? No, because I know people before me were smarter than me. There's bound to be a lot of people that were smarter than me that probably put these things into practice too. I'm not the only one. I didn't come up with it because I read someone else did it, but that doesn't mean I came to the same deductions that someone else didn't come to already. I
Right.
can't claim that as my own.
Yeah. Especially something that, like, general. I mean, and it makes my head hurt. It just makes my head hurt. I mean, it's just like when you watch I watch a lot of craft videos, a lot of DIY people, and it blows me away when you see people go on there and claim something as their own that there's thousands of posts on Pinterest for.
Yeah.
It's like the galaxy slime thing. It's like, don't even start with me. Don't even start with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, who did, oh, and so much of it, and YouTube is the worst. They're just the worst. These people are just insane with it.
Yeah.
And
Can we say narcissist?
somebody's too
My
far
favorite
away.
word.
Everyone's a
That's the
narcissist.
word of the day.
And
Can
then
we
you
say
see the people,
narcissist?
and then you see the people that you know that they deserve credit for what they've done, And you see people just running with it like that's just totally okay. And it's like, it's either one way or the other, too far. And it just pisses me off. It's like, oh my God, why?
I don't know why.
People don't think, it's because people don't think they need a bit of decency sometimes. Like, oh, well, that person that only has 42 subscribers, well, that's a good idea, but they don't have a bigger subscriber base. I do, so I'm gonna put that down there, out there, and now it's mine. It's mine. And
Yeah,
their
not
little
enough people
pond
saw
can be
this to
my ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, or the accuse people, but don't say names, but yet put it out there, but don't put it out there, but put it out there, but don't put it out there. But I'm not trying to cause. I don't like drama, but but because I have so many subscribers, then they go attack people because they don't want the person with a smaller subscriber competing with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that
it's just sad.
A version of narcissism to the point of, bitch, please. I'm not bothering your shit. I don't even want your people. If people watch you, I don't even want them watching me. I really don't.
Yeah.
All that comes down to me is that as a community, it's just better to teach each other and accept that we learn from each other. Do our videos to inspire people and then have those people take on those videos, giving credit to the ones that came before them and use those videos to inspire people who might not have found those other people. It's just a matter of being better to each other that we really need to grasp the message of. Just be better to each other. I'm not saying be perfect. I'm just saying be better to each other.
Well, we also have to understand that there is a collective conscious out there. And the collective conscious works in a different way than the individual consciousness. And to best describe it, you will have like a family of sagebrush in the desert. And a disease hits one of the sagebrushes. And the plant dies off. Plants around it start to die off. But they start a collective consciousness and they work to find ways to combat what's killing off part of the sagebrush. And now all of a sudden the sagebrush comes back healthier than ever, and this doesn't bother them anymore. How does a plant know and learn from another plant what's destroying that one plant over there to keep the community healthy? It happens all the time, and our brains do the same thing. When one person has a thought, sometimes the collective consciousness is having a thought, and many people get the same idea at the same exact time. Doesn't mean anybody stole anything from anybody. Just means that the energy is ripe, and a lot of people are gathering the same information and deducing the same way you are, and it becomes a collective consciousness stream into the mainframe of all people. That's how main big ideas get spread like wildfire. It's not that the individual had the idea. It's that the collective consciousness had the idea, and it hit multitudes of people at the same time. So we do have to be aware of these kind of things, that it's not people that are ego-driven are the people that have problems with this.
It's
people
just
that know how to push that ego away do not have those problems.
It's just like I had an idea, and I actually wrote it down in a notebook, and then I totally forgot about it and went on with life. And I actually have boxes. It's so funny. I have boxes of old light bulbs because they make adorable hot air balloons, and you can use, cloth, puffy paint, whatever, right? But I had written this down in a notebook right around the time when they said that they were going to start outlawing the sale of,
traditional light bulbs.
Yeah, I was like, well, I've got all these little light bulbs, and, they're going to be something that's not going to be as easily accessible. So I want to really make something out of those, because they're going to be more of a novelty item soon, you know, because that usually happens pretty quick and they take something off the market. And I was like, what can I do? Ooh, let me make a cute hot air balloon. And I wrote it down in a notebook and I set it down somewhere. Thought nothing about it. And then I'm on Pinterest and I'm going through and I see, oh, look, oh my God, there's like all of these right around the same time, different people from different, all over the world, you know, posting these things on, oh, making these cute little hot air balloons from everything from puffy paints to Sharpies to acrylic to cloth, you know, out of these. And I'm
what
like,
I was talking about, exactly what I was talking about. No
you know,
one stole your idea, but you didn't steal their idea either.
Nobody came sneaking in my bedroom in the middle of the night, flipping through my notebooks, going, "Oh, here's one. You know, let's make this global." You know, I mean, it just. That's what I was saying. Yeah, you know, I mean, and Plarn, plastic bags, grocery bags, cutting it in strips and then looping it together and using it as yarn to make, you know, camping mats and shopping bags and stuff. You know, like reusable ones. That's something that I started doing a long ass time ago, like, you know, right around the beginning of the internet. And that became a big thing, you know. People started doing it a lot, and they featured it on like Threadbanger or something, one of the Makers Fair episodes where they were talking about it, you know. But it's like, I'm not the only person. I'm sure that there were plenty, because you realize all of the environmental factors, the pop culture that we, you know, I mean, our culture that we live in, what we're exposed to, just the information that comes in, you know, yeah, we are going to come up with similar ideas and some, you know.
Well, yeah, but it's because we're more similar than we are different. And when we get exposed to the same kinds of information, boom, 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 we're going to deduce a lot of the same ideas. If you're a creative person, you're going to see these ideas differently than someone who's a non-creative person. But multiple people can get the exact idea at the same time, and it's nobody friggin' stole it from anybody. It's like, chill the hell out.
But at the same point, because I wasn't the first one to put it out there, if I decide that I'm going to go do a craft video and, you know, make some fucking light bulb hot air balloons, I'm going to link to the board on Pinterest that I have that's got like 45 different people that have done the same thing, because even though it was in my brain or in a notebook, I didn't post it first. I'm not going to go, oh, look at my original idea, because it's not original and other people have done it already. And why not give credit where credit's due, because of the simple fact that they've already produced that content and put it out there, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't see the need to be so territorial about a lot of things. But that's the Pisces in me. I'm not, you know, I don't, my brain didn't work that way. I don't get so friggin' caught up in those little things like that. They just, they don't mean anything to me.
But sometimes, you know, look, I've been in situations like that. It also has to do with like if you're a songwriter or a poet, you can write a line and then not do anything with it, and then like years later, somebody will say something that's pretty similar, if not just as similar, like to what you wrote. And for me, it's like an amazing thing. It's like, oh my gosh, like how did that little thought, that little doodle or whatever end up in this place? It's just sometimes for me it's kind of a surprise, like wow, I guess that thought was just floating out to somebody who's gonna give it a home and do something with it. Like sometimes ideas enter the consciousness and they're like, okay, well I'm going to you because I'm a picture and I want you to paint me. But if you don't paint me, then I'm going to float over here to this other artist who just might paint me. Like some ideas, they just want to get out into the universe.
Yeah.
They just want to get out to the people.
Yeah. And the biggest thing kills me is when somebody, you stole that from somebody else.
Yeah. Especially when you don't even know who that other person is. You're like, what? I don't know who you're talking about.
We live in an age where there really is no true originality. You know, I mean, there's not many.
Well, I don't think there ever really has been. I think that the global consciousness has always been there. How do you have how do you have a temple in Cambodia that is based on the dragon constellation, and it marks the actual precise measurements of the wobble of the Earth's axis down its corridors leading up to the temple. And then over across the other side of the world at the same time, you have a Mayan pyramid being built that measures the distance around the Earth, around the equator, and you have different measurements there. Then down in deep in Peru, you have star constellations that are printed out on a thing that they didn't even know existed until they could have the aerial flight over the top of it, because they were so large, written out on such rock that there was no way that you could even see that it was a star pattern that they were doing. Then you have pyramids of Giza laid out into the perfect belt of Orion. Then you find out that all the pyramids were set up into the star pattern of Orion itself through the whole valley. But then you find out that every single one of these were built on the position of the stars 26,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how did the Cambodian people versus the Mayan people versus the Peruvian people versus the Egyptian people, how did they all come up with that concept at the same time?
Exactly.
They did not have travel to where they could go to all these places. There's no way that that Egyptian was all the way down in Peru talking to that person, unless something in the collective consciousness was telling them, and they were coming to the same conclusions around the world. Sometimes these ideas are very collective, and sometimes it can be really big ideas, and sometimes it can be, hey, if we take that cow stomach, we can make a water bag out of it, and we can travel with some water.
Look at how many of these polytheistic religions have all of these different gods and goddesses that basically line up almost identical to other faiths. I mean, you know, in remote areas opposite of, you know, each other on the planet. Like, how do you not accept the fact that, yeah, there's more to it, and no, there is more to it.
And a lot of what is to it is human psychology and unlocking the subconscious mind and using the certain energy power tides that run through. And when you why are all of the planets tied to a mythological story? It's because that's explaining the power that they hold. And it's a universal mythology. It's a mythos versus a logos, but it's the combination of both. And the mythos explains the logos so that you can understand certain things and concepts. But we're more connected than we were ever separated. We are always going to be that way if we would just stop looking at the differences and look people into the soul instead of the outward appearance.
Yep.
We'd have a shitload less violence and crap if we quit buying into these illusions of what the governments and the power brokers want us to know and want us to taint us with, you've got to own this and you've got to have that, because this is what keeps them in business.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about our economy is based on an illusion of some need that they tell us that we need. And that's not what the human soul needs. Mm-hmm. We need to get more back where the people were 26,000 years ago. They were a little bit more forward than these people today.
This is true.
That's so why I like the old gods.
Like to continue.
Go ahead.
I said we're going on 4 hours, CD. I just want to continue live.
No, I think we need to go. I need to go to bed. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
It's so funny how we can just talk and talk and talk and talk, and it's 4 hours later.
I know. I could just keep going forever. I don't know. I don't get tired. I mean, I don't. There's not very many lulls of quiet when we get together. That is for sure. And tonight we've had 3 viewers at the top. We've had our Haven 50. We've had Mystic Moon, and we've had the Happy Housewife. And yes, Reagan was one of the 3 at some time, but we've actually did have 3 viewers today. So, and hopefully next week the Happy Housewife and Mystic Moon can actually talk and stuff.
Get a word in edgewise? No.
Well, I think it was. I think she kind of dropped a little bit. I don't think she could. I don't think she was being heard. I think it was I'm not sure what the problem was, but I think she was there, but she kept freezing.
Yeah.
And the Happy House Witch just couldn't get. The Happy House Witch couldn't get connect properly. Her thing was giving her trouble.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to join. It was nice to have Blue Whisper back, and nice to see Mystic Moon back.
Yes.
And I like that people are just coming in and chatting with us for a little while, and it's nice that we're getting all these new people.
Yes, and just talking about whatever. Yes, you know.
Yeah.
So we do.
Boy, let me tell you, we've talked about a lot of crap today.
We've covered some serious miles today.
Oh, well, I am going to sign off the live right now, so I'm stopping broadcast, and Mystic Moon, I think, is still watching, so good night, Mystic Moon.